Good morning, colleagues. Once again, the program is about to start at 8:30. Just a quick roll call, if I may say that. I see Dr. Nikondo is here. I would just like to confirm if the keynote speaker is already here. Prof. Karim, if you are here, can you please just give us an indication? Thank you. It means he's not yet here, but there's still time. We'll try to reach him before the start of the program. Thank you.
Brighton, are you on campus?
No, I'm accessing from home.
Yeah, I think people at NUST are having network issues because I now picked up what you were saying. I can see a drop in the number of people that are.
Yeah, and I see they are coming back again. Yeah, we apologize to our visitors. We seem to have network issues at NUST. Those accessing from NUST, I see a few of you are coming back, but it keeps on tripping. But we will get it sorted.
at 9 o'clock.
All right. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I think without further ado, we would like to start the proceedings for our institutional research day, our first day. I see Dr. Nikondo, who is going to deliver the welcoming remarks on behalf of the VC, is here. So we can start. The keynote speaker will join us a little later from 9 o'clock because he's only set to deliver the speech at around 9. He indicated he will join by then. So we can then start with our program. And I would like to welcome each and everyone to this important event of the year, which is the Institutional Research Day. And this year around is being actually hosted by the Faculty of Management Sciences. In actual fact, it has been a collaborative event where all faculties actually participated as part of the organizing committee. So thank you very much. And with that, the theme of our event is living in a world of pandemics. So the idea is basically to showcase our research that we have done throughout this year and even before that. And especially the theme of the pandemics really bring us to what we've been facing for the past 1.5 years. So the lineup of the researchers that are going to be presented, the papers that are going to be presented is along the line of the COVID-19 pandemic and impact on society, being it economic, health, etc. So the program is being crafted to really enrich us along these areas. So without further ado, I would like to then call forward Dr. Nikondo, who is going to deliver the keynote, not the keynote, but the welcoming remarks on behalf of the VC. Thank you. Dr. Nikondo, you have our attention. Dr. Nikondo, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Dr. Nikondo, you are welcome to give us the welcoming remarks on behalf of the VC. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning. Can you hear me all? Can you hear me all?
Dr. Nikondo, I can hear you. I hope colleagues can also hear. Can you just raise your hand, to indicate that you can hear Dr. Nikondo?
Yes, thank you. We can hear him.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Nikondo, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I can see the hand up.
No, Doctor, I think it was the raise of hand to show that they are here. Colleagues, you can lower your hands. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. At this point, I'm now just going to read the speech on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, as it was prepared for him. That's actually the opportunity that I do have now. I'm not really going to give my own speech, but firstly, I would like, before I start reading that one, I would like to express my own appreciation and joy to see that the research activities of the institution are still on track. And that's actually very good, because when I read through and I checked through the booklet, the presentation, the topics are of high quality, which is very good indeed. So I think if we keep that track, we are really going to put the name of the university high. The universities worldwide are rated firstly by looking at the research activities, because that's actually something that presents the university as a university, but not simply a secondary school or a college, because we are contributing to the existing knowledge. So this is just my few words, just like introduction, before I start with the speech. So in that regard, I don't want to waste much of your time. Let me just go into the depth of the subject matter, which is just reading the speech of the Vice Chancellor. So in the salutation, we are starting with acting DVC research and research innovation and partnership, Dr. Sten Collen. We have our keynote speaker. I do understand that he's just coming to join us around 9. Am I correct? Yes. But we just have also to recognize him, although he's coming to join us a bit later. Professor Salim Safuddin Abdul Karim. And then we also have the panel members here present, and the organizing committee for the Institutional Research Week. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me much pleasure to welcome you all to the Namibia University of Science and Technology Institutional Research Week. Everyone is well aware that the year 2021 has been a very difficult year, faced with the challenge of COVID-19 pandemic that has ravaged not only Namibia, but the entire world. It is with no surprise that this year's Institutional Research Week theme is living in a world of pandemics. That's the theme of this research week of our university. So the research week is being hosted by the Faculty of Management Sciences, and it is the first of its kind to be hosted online. I would like maybe here to thank the Faculty of Management Sciences for the wonderful work done to come up with this event, well organized. I really thank you. The Institutional Research Week at NUST is an annual institutional calendar event hosted by all faculties on annual rational basis. The Research Week is based on our fundamental principles of core values and pursuit of excellence, in which we see research as the cornerstone of intellectual growth and social development. Research is therefore valued as a vibrant culture that nurtures the ground for innovative, novel ideas and applications practiced by the university community. So ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to emphasize that I have noticed a substantial increase in the number of research output conducted by the university community and stakeholders. It is encouraging to note this gradual increase in research at NUST. Your contributions and focused engagement in your research areas of research impacts quality and quantity of the Namibian higher tertiary education landscape, permeating excellent standards of research protocols, methodology, methods, fine research culture, and providing timely solutions to the human crises during the COVID-19 pandemic. NUST has established this research week or research day or research as a strategic goal and seriously believe that both undergrad and postgrad programs cultivate and develop deep research competencies and skills set that nurture graduates for future independent research after university life. It is therefore important to acquire research knowledge that remains indispensable for future use for the development and growth of Namibia and the world. So your contributions in the research should know no boundaries at all, if I can put it in that context. Your contributions should know no boundaries at all. We all know that research is universal and more important, especially in these times of COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, we emphasize the need to acquire knowledge of doing research and making research as an integral part of learning in whatever we do at NUST. We need to constantly remember that the purpose of research is to inform action, to prove, negate, synthesize, and contribute to the development of novel knowledge, ideas and knowledge in specific fields of study. So, this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to cherish these values and continue to grow research at NUST. So above all, speaking and interacting with others, sharing into your dreams, facilitate the critical thinking process that's indispensable for the generation of novel ideas necessary for good research. And finally, I noticed that this year's Institutional Research Week program is very rich with cross-cutting research to be showcased by both faculty, staff, students, and our stakeholders. This provides packed program that will keep you on the edge of your chairs as you witness the event unfold. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely welcome you to NUST Institutional Research Week, and I wish you peace, love, and joy. And I would say, stay safe. And I thank you. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. This is a speech as prepared for the VC.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nikondo, for delivering the welcoming remarks on behalf of the VC. And in fact, you have also done at the same time an introduction, and also basically you have given us an overview of the Institutional Research Week, which was also a task assigned to you. And in one speech, you basically deliver both. Thank you so much for that. So what we take from your speech, from the VC speech, is that we need to celebrate research. Colleagues, if you can just mute your mic. Thank you. We need to celebrate research. Research is a culture. Research is there to also encourage new researcher, new and upcoming researcher to also do research, and is also a way to share knowledge. But very importantly, research has no boundaries. It's universal. So with these few remarks, we thank you, Dr. Nikondo, for delivering the remarks on behalf of the VC, and on your own behalf for actually giving us an overview of the Institutional Research Week. So we're now set and ready to continue. So next on the program, I've actually looked at the participants, and I can see Prof. Karim is already on the call. May I just confirm if Prof. Karim can hear us?
Hello, yes, this is Professor Karim here. I can hear you, but my camera is not working. So my IT department is busy fixing it. I suggest you continue with your program and I'll speak as scheduled at just after 9.
All right. Yes, but that's how the program is. The welcoming remarks. Yeah, we are a little bit earlier with the program because yes, our DVC teaching and learning and technology is given the remarks on behalf of the VC, and is also at the same time giving us an overview of the institutional research. But if you are not ready now because of the camera, we can then proceed. I don't know if Dr. Matros is here, who can then just give us an overview of the project funding at NUST. If Dr. Matros is here, I've seen she was on the call, but I don't know if she's closer to a desk now. No, it seems she's not closer to a desk. We'll try to call her, but we stand guided by you, Prof. Salim. Meanwhile, I can do the introduction.
No, the drive is not working.
I think your introduction will take me about 30 minutes. I'll do the introduction. I'll read your biography, and while I think by then we should be, around 9. I don't know. Let's see. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me.
What's going on here? There's some problem here. I'm not in the meeting.
Can you please mute your mic, Prof? Thank you so much. I'll actually do it slowly to give it time for Prof to settle his camera. The idea is actually to buy in time, and therefore I will read his biography. Meanwhile, he's sorting out the camera. So in our midst, we have Prof. Salim S. Abdul Karim. He is a South African clinical infectious diseases epidemiologist who is widely recognized for his research contributions in HIV prevention and treatment. He is director of the Center for the AIDS Program of Research in South Africa, CAPRISA, and CAPRISA Professor of Global Health at Columbia University. He is also Vice Chancellor Research at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, and Adjunct Professor of Medicine at Cornell University, New York. He is also an associate member of the Reagan Institute of Massachusetts General Hospital, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and Harvard University. His clinical research on TB HIV treatment has shaped international guidelines on the clinical management of co-infected patients. He was co-leader of the CAPRISA 004 tenofovir gel trial that provided proof of concept that antiretroviral can prevent sexually transmitted HIV infection and helps simplex virus type 2 in women. He is co-inventor on patents which have been used in several HIV vaccine candidates, and his passive immunization strategies with broadly neutralizing antibodies. I see your camera is now on. Welcome, Prof. Okay. Prof. Abdul Karim is chair of the United Nations Scientific Expert, UNAIDS Scientific Expert Panel, World Health Organization's HIV Strategic and Technical Advisory Committee, as well as World Health TB HIV Task Force. He serves on the boards of several journals, including the New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet Global Health, Lancet HIV and Bio. He is a member of the Royal Society of South Africa Academy of Science of South Africa, African Academy of Sciences, and the World Academy of Sciences, TWAS. He is a member of US National Academy of Medicine, the American Academy of Microbiology, and the Association of American Physicians. His awards include the TWAS Prize in Medical Sciences, the African Academy of Sciences, Olusegun Obasanjo Prize for Scientific Discovery and Technological Innovation, the Science for Society Gold Medal Award from the Academy of Science in South Africa, the Platinum Medal Life Achievement Award from the South African Medical Research Council, and Columbia University's Alan Rosefield Alumni Award for Excellence. The African Union awarded Prof. Karim the Kwame Nkrumah Continental Scientific Award, the most prestigious scientific award in Africa. We are honored, Prof, to have you in our midst today. Please, colleagues, invited guests, help me in welcoming Prof. Salim Karim to deliver the keynote address. Prof. Karim, you have our attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Semente. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be with all of you here today. It's my very pleasant responsibility this morning to share with you some thoughts on the COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to start with an apology. I think there's a saying, that it never rains, it pours. And so this morning, just about everything that could go wrong with the computer, from the camera to the system to the hard drive. So we've been spending the morning trying to fix that. My apologies. And it needed me to get a bit short-tempered to get things going. So it's all good now, and I hope we'll have an uninterrupted presentation. So what I want to do is I want to share with you, let me just go back. I want to share with you some thoughts on living in a world of pandemics. And this is the theme of your meeting. And I was specifically asked to cover what are the lessons we've learned and what's the way forward. So I hope to share with you in the next 30 to 35 minutes, what have we learned and how can we think about the way forward? And I'm going to talk about, very briefly, the COVID-19 pandemic, but I'm going to then talk about what are the lessons, and I'm going to focus on the lessons for science, particularly medical science. Then I'm going to talk about what are the lessons about things we underestimated. We just didn't get it right. And then I'm going to talk about thinking about the way forward. What are 3 key considerations? So that's what I'm going to cover in the course of this presentation. So let's start with the global pandemic. When we look at where we are, we have reached 2 critically important milestones. We have now reached 250 million cases worldwide. That's 500 million cases, 250 million cases. And we have 5 million reported deaths. Now, if you look at the global pandemic, at a global level, we have now been through 3 waves. The first wave, the second wave, and now the third wave. The world is now going, the number of cases has been coming down, but that's about to change. As the virus starts spreading rampantly in Europe, the number of cases is now starting to rise again. So we are, from the way the epidemic is spreading in Europe, looks like we are going into the 4th wave. If we just look at South Africa and look at how our epidemic in South Africa has shaped, we have followed the global trend a bit more precisely in the sense that South Africa had its first wave driven by the D614G variant. We had a second wave driven by the beta variant, and now we've had our third wave driven by the Delta variant. And you can see here that as each wave of cases rises, so too the hospital admissions in the gray bars and the number of deaths. And when you look across each of these, what becomes clear is that each new wave has been worse than the previous wave. And that's quite important because the way in which the virus is evolving, it's evolving to become much more transmissible. So many more people are becoming infected in each subsequent wave. And that's the way in which the virus has been evolving so far. What's interesting is that the gap between the waves in South Africa has been quite consistent, running at about 3 months. So we know if this trend continues, we've got about 3 months before the next wave. And that's more or less how we've continued our planning. So if we look at that and compare that to the epidemic in Namibia, where you've had a total of about 129,000 reported cases and just about 3,500 deaths, you have a similar trend. To a slightly lesser extent in terms of the cases in the first and second waves, that just might be a function of testing. But you can see you've been through a first wave, a second wave, and a third wave. And the gaps between your waves are also similar to the gaps we have in South Africa. And you are now currently in low transmission as we are in South Africa. So the epidemic in Namibia is mirroring what we're seeing in South Africa. Currently, you're at about 10% fully vaccinated. In South Africa, we are at about 30% fully vaccinated. So you've got a little ways to go, but trying to get up to around the 50% mark, at least for one dose, is going to be important as you prepare for the fourth wave, if it does occur. Let's look at the global situation and get a better sense of the death toll, because we often look at this pandemic through reported deaths. So if we look at globally, the number of excess deaths are the number of deaths over what we would expect based on historical data. At a global level, there are about 3.3 times more excess deaths than there are reported COVID-19 deaths. And if you look at excess deaths, the darker colors show a very high level of excess deaths, which you can see here in Russia, in Mexico, but you can also see, large, high numbers of excess deaths in India, US, in Brazil, and in South Africa. Namibia is not far behind. You are just one shade lower, so you also have pretty high levels of excess deaths. And if you compare that to the number of reported deaths, you can see that Namibia follows South Africa at a similar level to reported deaths. So you're probably closer to your excess deaths than South Africa is. But you get some idea that all of these countries in Africa that have very low numbers of reported deaths actually have quite high levels of excess deaths. So this is a reporting problem, not it's not an issue that the pandemic is not affecting Africa. It is. So let's go on to understanding that COVID-19 is more than a viral infection. And I'll touch on 5 major global impacts. The first is the impact on poverty. The World Bank in its recent report showed that as many as 150 million more people are now in extreme poverty. As far as hunger is concerned, the World Food Programme talked about the hunger pandemic that is accompanying the COVID-19 pandemic, where there are estimated about 161 million more people who are now going hungry each day and that are now food insecure. And the COVID-19 pandemic has created another epidemic, what is referred to by the World Health Organization as an infodemic, where there's such a deluge of information. And in the midst of all of that, we see the conspiracy theorists and all kinds of fake news is now flourishing. Whether it's on miracle cures, on Bill Gates, on whatever, we are now in the midst of an environment where through social media, which is not curated for accuracy, that we have seen large amounts of false information being portrayed. We've also seen political instability and protests. And here I'm just showing you a picture of France, where they were protesting against the COVID-19 restrictions. And finally, the thing that really hurts me is the way in which the pandemic has increased our disparities, whether they are on race or gender or data access, and of course, on vaccine access. In this survey that was undertaken across the globe in 27 countries last year, it was interesting to see how COVID-19 overtook unemployment and poverty and healthcare and corruption as the #1 global concern. So what has happened in the course of last year is that our perspective has now changed. We now see this pandemic as a higher priority to deal with than all of the other challenges we have had in our society. So let me go on to what have been the 3 most important new technological development, drawing on these lessons for science. The first is on vaccines. So when we think back that the first cases of an unknown pneumonia were reported in Wuhan in China on the 30th of December, that within a matter of 11 days, the first genetic sequence of this virus was provided to the world. It actually arrived, I first saw it on Twitter. I mean, it's never been done before. We don't normally see important new scientific information in Twitter. We see it in journals. But our whole understanding of the way scientific information is being shared has changed. And it was not even about a month later that the World Health Organization declared this disease as a public health emergency of international concern. But it's striking. What would normally take years, it took just a matter of under 9 months to produce the first evidence of a successful, safe, and effective vaccine. And this was the first announcement from the company called Pfizer, working in conjunction with a company from Germany called BioNTech, that this trial result was released, showing more than 90% efficacy. This was an international triumph because it involved so many countries working together. The US, Turkey, Germany, South Africa, Brazil, Argentina were all involved in that first trial that showed the Pfizer results. And of course, since then, we now have several vaccines that have been approved and now in widespread use. We've also seen amazing innovations in diagnostics. From the time we saw the first sequence on the 11th of January, it took not even 2 weeks for Christian Drosten and his team in Germany to generate the first lab-based PCR, which by the middle of February, I was already running here in my own laboratory in Durban. But of course, the innovations in diagnostics has continued. And now we are in a situation where I'm just coming back from France at the Pasteur Institute. Everywhere in France you go, you can just get one of these take-home kits. You buy this little box, the kit is there, you take it home and you test yourself whenever you want. And this has changed things. I mean, they use it in schools, in businesses. It's quite widespread, the use of these point-of-care diagnostic tests. And so we've seen a revolution in diagnostics. We don't even need all this expensive equipment. The picture you're looking at in the left is from my own laboratory where we do our PCR testing. And you can see how we've moved from that kind of complicated way of testing to just doing a simple 10-minute test that you can do at home. But we've also seen some amazing innovations in therapeutics, with the initial recovery trial done at Oxford University showing the benefits of dexamethasone, to the subsequent studies looking at tocilizumab that has shown to be effective as impacting on IL-6. And then we saw Regeneron's combination antibodies also having quite a substantial impact on hospitalization. And most recently, we saw the amazing results from Merck. And just this week, we've now seen a press statement from Pfizer showing even more, higher efficacy from their oral formulation that works against SARS-CoV-2. But it's been important not only to show that we've got all these effective treatments, the science has also ensured that ineffective treatments have been shown to be ineffective and have been thrown in the dust heap, whether it's azithromycin or interferon or hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin or zinc, vitamin C, lopinavir, rotinavir, in other words, Kaletra, convalescent plasma, all of these were being promoted in different places at different times, all of which have been shown to be not effective. And so it's just as important that we get ineffective and unsafe medications off the table and focus on our new formulations that we know are effective and have been shown to be scientifically effective. And here I'm showing you the recent results from the molnupiravir trials. You can see the dramatic benefit, right? In that molnupiravir, the trial had to be stopped in the phase 2, and even the move-out trial had to be stopped because they were looking at that there was such a drastic difference between the placebo recipients and the molnupiravir treated participants, whether it's for hospitalization, whether it's on culture positivity, or even whether you look at deaths. There were 8 deaths in the placebo group and none in the molnupiravir group. So we are likely to see a complete sea change in how we are treating patients with COVID-19, moving now to oral formulations that you can take in your own home, and you don't even need to go to hospital to get these medications. So what we've seen is amazing new technological development, a vaccine within 9 months, now a whole panoply of different vaccines. We've moved from complex diagnostics to a simple test you can do at home. And now we've got treatments that you can even take at your home now. You don't even need to go into a hospital as you would have for dexamethasone or any of the others. Now let's talk about the 3 most underestimated challenges in COVID-19. The first is how we mistook the initial viral genetic stability for a lack of variation. And we just, we just didn't understand it at the time. So when we first started looking at the virus, and we do so here in my lab, we do so with our colleagues in the lab on the floor below mine called CRISP, we knew that the ancestral strain was spreading. But when we first saw the virus in South Africa and we sequenced it, we saw a variation on that virus. It had 1 mutation at position D614G. So at position 614, this mutation had occurred. And this mutation continued spreading month after month after month. So once a month, as our government's chief COVID scientist, I would sit with Professor De Oliveira, and he would share with me the sequences of the virus. And month after month, the virus didn't change. It was very stable. But everything changed in November. In November, when he came to see me, we knew straight away that the situation had changed. We now had new variants. And so you saw on the 14th of December, the UK announced the Alpha variant. We in South Africa announced the Beta variant. A few days later, our colleagues in Brazil announced the Gamma variant, and India in March of this year announced what they called a double mutant, which we all know now is referred to as the Delta variant. We don't yet know what's next. We are waiting to see what emerges as we deal with the pandemic and the current variants. We have seen a dramatic impact of the variants of the pandemic across the board. Here, I'm sharing with you the first wave in India, in Brazil, and in South Africa. You can see India had a very mild first wave. In fact, the politicians in India were saying they'd conquered this virus. Brazil was going through quite a nasty first wave, and in South Africa, we had quite a substantial first wave too. But look at what happened with the variants. As the Delta variant hit India, we saw the heart-wrenching pictures on our television screens of how the situation in India became dire. People just couldn't get into hospitals. They ran out of oxygen. People were dying in the car parks, waiting to try and find a bed in the hospitals. We saw similarly a situation of huge challenges in Brazil. Brazil luckily did not have the same problems of lack of oxygen. Similarly in South Africa, we haven't had that problem because of good planning in anticipation of subsequent waves. You can see in South Africa how the Beta variant was worse than our first wave and how the Delta variant was even worse. So we've dealt with each of these variants as they have created new waves in each of these countries. So we know that the variants have changed the COVID-19 endgame. We now understand that something we didn't back at this time last year. We didn't really see this occurring in this kind of way. And now we're dealing and grappling with this problem. And we understand the impact that it's going to have, and that we can't simply vaccinate our populations and hope that's the end of the problem. It simply is not going to work like that. Our situation now is going to be different. The second challenge we underestimated was the level of self-interest that we are now seeing in wealthy countries. How wealthy countries bought up most of the available vaccines early on and have then stockpiled them and hoarded them and have not shared them with Africa, where we have a drastic situation of low vaccine coverage. That while in the entire world, about 50% of the population has been vaccinated, in Africa, it's a mere 5%. And this is against a backdrop where J&J vaccines, which South Africa had bought, we had bought 31 million doses, and we're waiting, and we're waiting, and we're waiting for them. Turned out J&J was actually filling and finishing them in South Africa, in the Eastern Cape, but they were filling them and exporting them to Europe and not making them available to Africa. That is ridiculous. That vaccines being made right here in South Africa are not available. And we're not asking for them to be donated, they have been bought. But South Africa and Africa has been pushed to the back of the queue. And so we have this challenge, an urgent need for equitable vaccine distribution. We're seeing dire shortages in Africa. I mean, Africa is facing a 470 million vaccine dose shortfall this year. And COVAX, which is our main supplier, is going to miss all its 2021 delivery targets. And this at a time when in the US, there are millions of doses that are being destroyed because they are expiring, because there's no need for them. There's just no uptake for these vaccines. So we are seeing this kind of maldistribution that I view as just clearly unethical. And so that has led to the third issue that we underestimated. And this was pointed out by Dr. Tedros, the Director General of the WHO, when rich countries sitting with large numbers of excess doses of vaccine started giving third doses to people. And then they've recreated this global shortage and exacerbated vaccine inequity. So instead of providing first doses to Africa, the drug companies that distribute the vaccines are now giving them all to rich countries to give third doses. And so the WHO called for a moratorium on the boosters. And I'd like to quote from Dr. Tedros when he said, "I will not stay silent when companies and countries that control the global supply of vaccines think that the world's poor should be satisfied with leftovers." So rich countries are saying, oh, there's waning immunity. We need to give a third dose because the vaccines are not working anymore. Is that true? Well, let's see what the clinical trials show. So this is the Pfizer trial. You remember I showed you that many countries had been involved. If you look at the efficacy of the Pfizer vaccine, 2 doses of Pfizer vaccine, at 6 months, you can see it maintains its efficacy. It drops slightly from 95% to 91%, but that's still pretty good for mild disease. Its efficacy for severe disease has remained intact across 6 months. And now we've just seen the most recent data at 12 months, where again the Pfizer vaccine maintains its efficacy against severe disease, well over 90%. So is there actual waning immunity? Well, this is a paper from the New England Journal of Medicine. The first is antibody levels. And if you look at the Pfizer vaccine, yes, antibody levels are coming down. That's to be expected. That happens with any vaccine. If you look at the Moderna vaccine, similarly, the antibody levels are coming down. If you look at the J&J vaccine, interestingly, the antibodies are not coming down, and this is from a single dose. The antibodies from the J&J vaccine remain pretty static. They are much lower when they start off, but they maintain their antibodies. In fact, with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, the antibodies get better with time because we see affinity maturation in the antibodies. And the same in the T-cell responses. The J&J vaccine is much better at generating T-cell responses than antibodies, and we see they are well maintained. Also, the Pfizer vaccine leads to long-lived specific T-cells. 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine create a sustained CD4 and CD8 T-cell response. So what happens is that in the lymph nodes and the bone marrow, you have these T-cells that are long-lived. In fact, they will be so long-lived that we are seeing in 100-year-old patients who were part of the Spanish flu pandemic, they still have antibodies and they still have T-cell responses to the Spanish flu virus. It's amazing. You think about it, almost 100 years later, you're seeing this kind of maintenance of vaccine immunity. And that's certainly something we are seeing now in terms of long-term memory with the Pfizer vaccine. But there are groups that warrant a third dose, particularly those who are immunocompromised. They don't respond very well to just 2 doses of the vaccine. And so there have been studies trying to give them third doses. In fact, with immunocompromised people, that's people with cancer, transplant surgery, very low CD4 counts with uncontrolled HIV, all of those, they warrant even 4th doses just to get their immune responses up. We also see that in the elderly, their immune responses to just 2 doses is not adequate. So it is warranted in the elderly to give a 2nd dose. So I've covered here those who warrant 3rd doses, but what is very clear is that it is not warranted to give the general population a 3rd dose, as is being done now in several countries like Israel, where everybody is getting a 3rd dose. It's an abuse of the available vaccines, which should really be being made available to give first doses in Africa. Okay, so let me end off with the way forward and touch on 3 key considerations about the way forward. The first point I want to make is pay attention to the warning signs. In the world, we saw in 2003 a bat coronavirus going through civet cats, they look like cats, but they're not really cats, but through civets and entering into humans. We saw over 8,000 cases of the original SARS-CoV-1. And that pandemic never spread much beyond a few countries in Asia. Fortunately, it was well contained by our colleagues in China. In 2003, actually it was 2004, I was in China at the China CDC, where they were responding to the SARS pandemic. And they were using a lot of the infrastructure they had built for HIV to help them respond to SARS. Well, about 10 years later, in 2012, we saw another bat coronavirus, this time going through camels and causing a disease called MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. And here we've seen now a few thousand cases. They've all been contained in the Middle East, so it never spread globally. And then we see in 2019, the new bat coronavirus, this time going through an intermediate host. We don't know what that host is. It may be the pangolins, we're not sure. But through this intermediate host, we have now seen a global pandemic. We should have been better prepared. We had 2 warnings about bat coronaviruses and their potential to cause pandemics. And I have to point out that horseshoe bats, which the coronaviruses for all 3 of these pandemics comes from, they have thousands of coronaviruses, and they have the potential to cause pandemics if they are able to go through an intermediate host and acquire the ability to infect humans. The second point I want to make is about pandemic preparedness. And we need pandemic preparedness in every country with integrated surveillance system. Now, I was the chair of South Africa's National Advisory Group on Immunization back in the 1990s, where we prepared our country for pandemic flu. We had detailed plans for pandemic flu, but we waited and we waited and there was no pandemic flu. We were worried about, H1N1, then we were worried about, H5N1, none of them became pandemics. And so what happened was we became complacent and all those plans were shelved. Now, when we were hit by the coronavirus, we had to dust off all of those plans. And we had to now start preparing again for the coronavirus. We have to change that. We're going to have to do better. We're going to have to understand that we are now living in a world of pandemics, that there will be more pandemics. It's just a question of when. And each country, whether it's Namibia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Angola, we are all going to have to prepare. We all are going to have good surveillance systems to identify pandemics early. Early identification is critical. You identify early, you can contain. And then finally, the third point I want to make is about unpredictability. I mean, we have no idea what the next 12 months of this coronavirus is going to look like. Is it going to look like the last 12 months? Probably not, because we're now dealing with a vaccination scenario. So what are some of the best and worst case scenarios? Well, the best case scenario is that the virus can't do any worse than Delta. So we have to live with Delta. And as long as we can get high vaccine coverage, the vaccines work quite well against Delta. So we'll be well protected. We might have to get some boosters to boost the antibody responses when there are waves of new Delta. But pretty much we will see that we can pretty much get back to normal and accept that there'll be low endemic transmission. You know, we still see cases, but we won't get overly concerned about them. The worst case scenario is that the virus just keeps evolving, just keeps creating new variants. And those new variants may have vaccine escape. In other words, our current vaccines may not be effective against them or may not be fully effective against them. And that is more likely to occur in a situation of patchy vaccine coverage as we are seeing now. In this case, we're going to need to make new vaccines. As the virus evolves, we're going to have to make new vaccines to broaden our immune response. And we're going to have to continue with our public health measures and live with repeated waves of infection. In the midst of the best and worst case scenario, I'll just paint for you one likely scenario. And that is that we may still see a few new variants, including the potential for a vaccine escape mutant. But they will lead to a few new waves, but shortly after that, the virus will exhaust its ability to mutate without fitness costs. So in other words, the mutations of the virus will come to an end. It can't really mutate much more to do better than what it is. So every time it then mutates, it gets a fitness cost. In other words, it becomes a less transmissible or less adapted virus. If this occurs, we are likely to see a few more waves before we get into endemic transmission. And we are likely to need boosters, heterologous boosters, to broaden our immune response as the virus mutates. So what does the future look like? I'm painting for you here the picture from South Africa, but as I pointed out, that it's not dissimilar for Namibia. If you look at what we are working on and what we are predicting and what we are planning for, we are anticipating that we will have at the end of our third wave, which was Delta driven, we'll have an interwave period for about 3 months. And then we'll go into our fourth wave, which we expect to be at the end of December. And so we're likely to see new waves, and we're likely to see new variants. At this point, we don't really yet see a new variant. So it's left to be seen whether a new variant will occur. Without a new variant, we are not likely to see major new waves. So the new variants are critical if the virus wants to cause new waves of infection. So I thought, let me just paint a potential scenario of vaccine mandates for Namibia. So you're quite low vaccine coverage right now. But as you get closer to 50% vaccine coverage, which I would estimate would be probably somewhere in the first quarter of next year, and if you have a system of electronic vaccine certificates that work well, then you could be going down this particular approach, which is now already in place in the UK, in the US, and in France, where outdoor mask wearing becomes optional. Because you've got a sizable population already vaccinated, the risk of outdoor transmission starts going down quite significantly. But all indoor environments will need to have mandatory mask wearing, because indoor environments with poor ventilation remain high-risk environments. And indoor environments that require mask removal, even for short periods, like restaurants and gyms and so on, will need to be restricted to vaccinated people only, because they will not have the protection of masks. And that key occupational environments will need to implement vaccine mandates, healthcare workers being an important group, mine workers, prison officials, people who deal with the public, like waiters in restaurants and the hospitality industry. They will all need to move towards vaccine mandates. In other words, that they can't really work in those environments unless vaccinated, because of the risk they pose to themselves and to everybody they work with. And jobs that involve interacting with the public, bus drivers, taxi drivers, teachers, sales personnel who are interacting with other people all the time, especially indoors, that they will also need to have vaccine mandates, because the safe return to the office and commercial environments will require some kind of assurance that to create bubbles of protection, that everybody in those environments has been vaccinated. And for those who refuse to take the vaccine, that they would have to produce at their own cost a weekly negative test result. Now, we already implement this in my own center here, because we see over 1,000 HIV patients every month. We can't, expose them to SARS-CoV-2. And so we have our own vaccine mandate here. Because vaccine mandates really they are an essence of choice. You have a choice to get vaccinated to protect yourself and others. And you have a choice to be a legitimate exception. You don't want to get vaccinated for whatever reason, whether it's religious reasons or whatever, but you have to motivate it. There has to be an acceptable reasons. And if you are a legitimate exception, then you can choose to have regular tests instead of getting the vaccine. And vaccinated employees will only need to be testing themselves when they are symptomatic, whereas unvaccinated will need to be routinely tested on a regular basis. And of course, if you don't want to get tested, and if you don't want to get vaccinated, you have to go and find another job where vaccines and testing is not required. So let me end off with a key lesson from HIV for COVID-19. I've spent almost 35 years doing research on HIV. What have I learned from HIV that would be useful to COVID-19? And that lesson is the importance of mutual interdependence. Let me quote here from a report that was published by UNAIDS. It's a report that says how AIDS changed everything. I quote, "The AIDS movement demonstrates that with a shared vision, a shared responsibility, and global solidarity and leadership, people living with HIV, affected communities, and individual action, we can change the course of history." And we've done so. Through global solidarity, the Global Fund, PEPFAR, UNITAID, we have transformed what is a uniformly fatal condition to a chronic manageable condition. Even in the remotest of villages, the treatments are available, affordable, and life can be preserved. We tried to do the same with SARS-CoV-2 using COVAX, but we were not successful. Mutual interdependence. It is a fundamental component of dealing with any pandemic. Let me quote now in conclusion from Pope Francis. In an editorial he published in the New York Times and he said, I quote, "The pandemic has exposed the paradox that while we are more connected, we are also more divided. To come out of this crisis better, we have to recover the knowledge that as a people, we have a shared destination. The pandemic has reminded us that no one is saved alone. What ties us to one another is what we commonly call solidarity. Solidarity is more than acts of generosity, important as they are. It is the call to embrace the reality that we are bound by the bonds of reciprocity. Reciprocity. I am safe when you are safe. You are safe when everyone is safe. One country is safe only when all other countries are safe." And I'd like to quote his concluding remark. It is on this solid foundation that we can build a better, different human future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Karim, for this wise and indeed, enlightening keynote delivery. Thank you so much. Colleagues, can we give a virtual round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you indeed. We have learned so much with your presentation, with your speech, the key lessons for science. The first genetic sequence of the novel coronavirus was found within 11 days. That's really good to know. Astonishing findings from your presentation, in fact. And 9 months after the outbreak, the launch of the first vaccine. So that is a remarkable scientific fact, but also the lessons learned in terms of underestimation of the virus was the different variants. You brought it quite clear that we underestimated that there could be mutations and variants coming, and also vaccine inequality. So we really take a wealth of information. I will travel the world to actually meet you and hear from you, but in fact, you came to us and it made just our lives easier. So thank you very much. The lessons and the way forward, we need to pay attention to warning signs and also preparedness, because we don't know what will happen the next 12 months and so on. So the key word that you actually gave us is solidarity. And we believe that solidarity is going to heal the world if we are together. So you really enlighten us, and thank you very much for your presentation. We often do not ask questions when it's a keynote address, but we are privileged because of time. We still have time. I don't know if Prof. Salim will allow us at least 1 or 2 colleagues to ask a question. Can we do that?
Absolutely, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much. Any question, colleagues? We'll be happy to take your question, because we will not have that opportunity again to perhaps do that. So that is the opportune time.
Yes, I do have a question. I was trying to raise a hand.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Nikondo. And I also have Prof. Lovemore. So in that order, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Prof, for your very nice presentation. I hardly ever stayed like this because of many things on my table, but I decided to follow your presentation. It was very, very good, presentation. I think everyone here enjoys it. I do have two questions. My first question is on the vaccines, because people now saying there's like international Cold War on vaccines, whereby some countries do not accept even travelers to go to their countries if you are vaccinated with a vaccine from another country. In this respect, maybe I must make use of an example, like we have got Sinopharm in Namibia, which is from China. And even in your presentation, I've not seen any index on the vaccination, especially from the East, from China, from Russia. Then, like from Russia, we do have the Sputnik, which people are saying is very dangerous. It was now banned in South Africa. It is not allowed, and Namibia follows suit. So maybe what is your saying on these type of sentiments that people think is now like a Cold War based on vaccine, or economic war? Maybe some people call it economic war anyway. Another question I have is, there's also something that, this is just my personal curiosity that I have, is on the spread of virus, that's of virus itself. I've seen when it comes to funerals, for example, the dead body, which is actually in the coffin, and the coffin is sealed, but still people are chased to be far away. I don't know how the virus could jump out of the coffin and affect people in the surroundings. So maybe what is the philosophy behind all this? These are the two questions I had, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof. Sumenta, you want me to take a few questions and then answer?
Yeah, all right. It's up to you. Let me know what you prefer. Should we take one more, or would you like to?
Yeah, let's take one more and then I'll answer the first batch of questions.
Okay, let's do that. Prof. Matipira, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof, for a very informative session on COVID-19 that you have presented. I have two questions. One is based on people with comorbidities, that there is little which is being said about the interaction of drugs on such people. So maybe if you could shed more light on that, that if they take the vaccine, what will be the effect of the interaction of drugs, since they are already on the medication? The second question is that in your first slides, you presented a very interesting trend of the gap. So what has surprised me is the consistency of that gap. And it led me to question, to say, in a natural setting, how can we have such a consistent gap from one wave to the next, moving in the same trend like that? And as I was thinking, I also reflect on the timing with the Pfizer drug. Wherever it is being introduced into the market, you would find it fitting into that gap as it unfolds from one variant to the next one, going on like that. Maybe you can also shed light on that. I am speaking from ignorance. I'm not from the health sciences, but it's just something which I've observed on the unfolding of the trend. Thank you very much, Prof.
Sure, thank you very much, Lalmo. So let me answer these questions to start with. So when we look at the overall landscape of vaccines, what we have seen is that there have been essentially two sets of vaccines that have been made. The first set of vaccines that were put into play were vaccines both from China and from Russia, where even before the phase 3 results were available, they were vaccinating people in their countries. For example, the Chinese military received the Sinopharm vaccine even before they knew the phase 3 results, because they didn't want to take any chances. Similarly, Sputnik was approved in Russia for use in the military even before its results became available. So both these vaccines got a bit of a bad name because of that approach. And what happened was that both these countries were using their vaccines for what is called vaccine diplomacy. In other words, they were sharing their vaccines, for a quid pro quo kind of situation. Now, there is nothing wrong with those vaccines. The Sinopharm vaccine works quite well. It's approved by WHO. It's just that because it was tainted at its initial stages, it has been hard for it to shrug that off. The Sputnik vaccine works very well. I mean, it's very similar to the J&J vaccine. It's the same basic viral vector, Ad26. So there's nothing wrong with the Sputnik vaccine. It works. The problem with the Sputnik vaccine is that one of the two vectors being used, called an adeno5 vector that was used in an HIV vaccine that I was part of undertaking, it increased the risk of HIV. We don't fully understand why, but it did. And so it is not a good idea to use an adeno5 vector in a population that's at high risk of HIV. There's no problem with using the Sputnik vaccine in Russia, where they are at low risk of HIV. But it is a problem to use it in countries like Namibia and South Africa, where the risk of HIV is very high. So it is appropriate, in my view, that until we have clear evidence that the Ad5 in the Sputnik vaccine is safe, that it's better because we have alternatives, it's better to stick with the alternatives until that data is available. But once it does become available, I see no obstacles to using the Sputnik vaccine. Its efficacy is pretty good. We have very little data on any of the other vaccines other than the four vaccines that are widely used in the US and the UK. And that's the Pfizer vaccine has the most amount of data because it was the first on the market. It was very widely used, and so there's a lot of data on the Pfizer vaccine. There's less data available on the Moderna vaccine, but there is some data. And there's data available on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because those were large multi-center trials. And then finally, there's data available on the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine. There is much less data on any of the other vaccines. If you're using any of the other vaccines, we don't really have much data. We have to extrapolate what we know from the Pfizer vaccine to the other vaccines. So it's just that the Pfizer vaccine, because it's so widely used, that we have so much of data. On the issue of funerals, unfortunately, the procedures that are being used in much of Africa for funerals is procedures that were derived from the Ebola pandemic. So we were concerned about Ebola, and so the processes that were being followed are appropriate for Ebola. They are not appropriate for COVID-19, but they're just being used because those are the rules that were available. Most patients who die from COVID are no longer infectious. By the time they go into respiratory distress and die following ICU care or oxygen, that by then their PCR tests are negative. So the corpse itself is usually not infectious. Even if it is infectious, as you rightly pointed out, the corpse is not breathing or speaking or singing or doing any of those things that spread the virus. So actually a corpse, even if it's infectious, is very low risk to other people. And the one thing you would want to avoid is people touching the corpse, but that's not done in most cultures. So you want to avoid touching the corpse, but other than that, there is no reason for any procedures to avoid the risk of spreading. The problem we have in South Africa is that funerals are very high risk for spreading COVID, not from the corpse, but from each other. Because the person who died probably spread the virus to other people in the household, the wife, the children. In a funeral situation where people want to hug the close relatives of the deceased, we have had many outbreaks at funerals. In fact, one of our early outbreaks that had over 100 cases was from a funeral of a person who died from COVID. Not one from the actual corpse, but just from the interaction of the people in the funeral. They don't want to wear masks, they don't keep their distance from each other, and they engage in behaviors that increase risk of transmission. So funerals are high risk, but not from the corpse. The third question about comorbidities. So the vaccines are an immunogen. So they lead to an immune response. An immune response generally does not lead to an interaction with any medications that are what we call small molecules. So small molecules and immune responses, there's no interaction between them. Regardless, studies have been done looking at the vaccine and its interaction with a range of things, including hormonal contraceptives, and there's been shown to be no interaction. So the vaccine is quite safe. There is no interaction with any of the medications that you are likely to take. There is a separate issue, which is interactions between treatments being used for COVID and other treatments that you're taking. That may be an issue, but treatments for COVID are usually very short. All of the treatments that we use for COVID are acute treatments. There's no chronic treatment for COVID. And so they're just treatment we use in hospital. They're treatments for 2 days or 5 days, like remdesivir or like molnupiravir. They're all 5-day treatment schedules. So it's just for those 5 days. And during those 5 days, if there is a potential for drug interaction, you can just stop the other medications for that short period. And then finally, about the consistent gap, I've been asked that question many times. You need to know that I do a lot of, education on COVID and media interviews. And I've been asked consistently, why does this virus come in waves? And, why is there this gap between the waves? And actually, I don't know the answer to that question. I can hypothesize what the answer is, and that's relating to the fact that people have just been infected and so have developed some immunity, and that when waves occur, people change their behavior, they start working more at home, they're more careful about their masks. So it's probably a range of things. Some have said, oh, it's herd immunity. I said, no, it's not herd immunity. We have had, this interwave period, even after the first wave, where only about 20% of our population was infected. So we were nowhere near herd immunity at that stage. So it's not herd immunity, it's something else. And we don't fully understand what it is. But it is intriguing that we see this. And it's not unique to South Africa, by the way. It's in many countries that you see this kind of, the infection coming in waves. Okay, I think I've answered all your questions.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to give an opportunity to Chris van Zyl, Dr. Chris van Zyl.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor Karim, for the opportunity to ask a question as well. People who have been infected with COVID and survived, and then got the second or the first vaccine shot sometime after they have recovered. Would you regard, well, just to explain, because there are some discussions around this, the infection, contracting COVID is as if you were vaccinated for the first time, because your body has an immune response. And then after you get your first shot, it is as if it is the second shot. So arguments around that. And then after, say for instance, you get your second vaccination, talks about booster shots, especially for the elderly. There are reports now that if you have received your first and second AstraZeneca, then a possibility of being boosted with Pfizer. In other words, another brand, another kind of COVID vaccine. Your response in terms of the efficacy of the booster shots with a different make from a different laboratory. Also, the first question, the COVID infection, receiving your first vaccination sometime after you have recovered, would that be, or could it be seen as if it is a kind of a booster shot or a second shot? Then if you are vaccinated for the first time, the usual waiting time before you get the second vaccination is 42 days, 6 weeks. If you extend that because of a shortage of vaccinations, extend it with another 2 weeks or a month or so, how effective would that delayed second vaccination be? I appreciate your response, Professor Karim. Thank you.
Sure, Dr. van Zyl. Any other questions? If you just stop sharing the slide that's on at the moment, please, so that I can show a slide. Okay, let me show Dr. van Zyl the slide, which I think will be very instructive for him. Okay, so in the journal Science, a colleague of mine called Shane Crotty, based in San Diego, provided this illustration of something called hybrid immunity. Hybrid immunity, don't mix it up with hybrid cars. It's not one of, electric engines and petrol engines. This is about mixing immunity. So what he showed is that if you look at natural immunity, people not being vaccinated, but who got infected, their antibody responses and their T cells are at about this level. It's quite low, actually. If you take vaccines and you take 2 doses of the Pfizer, you do better than natural immunity, right? The vaccines give you better immunity than just being infected naturally. So vaccine immunity is better than natural immunity. But hybrid immunity This is where somebody became naturally infected. So in other words, they were in this state. And then they took a dose of the Pfizer vaccine, just one dose. When you do that, you get this amazing response. It's actually quite something to watch. The immune response to somebody taking a Pfizer dose after being naturally infected, and they would be naturally infected, more than 30 days ago. What we see is almost 100-fold higher antibody response. Just think about that. I mean, it's 2 logs. That is quite something to see, that the antibody responses just shoot through the roof, and the T cells come in as well. And now there's a study that's published in the New England Journal of Medicine that shows that people with hybrid immunity, that their immunity is effective against all of the variants and even against predicted future variants. That's how good hybrid immunity is. So if you have hybrid immunity, it is a very powerful form of immunity to have. Just letting you know that, so whoever among you was naturally infected and then took the vaccine, you will have this amazing hybrid immunity. By the way, if you've got hybrid immunity, you don't even need the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. It doesn't make much difference. But we just give it anyway, just so that you have a record that you've taken 2 Pfizer doses. So that's the response, Dr. Van Zyl, that if you have hybrid immunity, you do really well. Now, a similar principle applies in what is called mix and match. Mix and match is where you take 2 different vaccines. Now, the studies that have been done, and there are 2, one with the AstraZeneca vaccine and the Pfizer vaccine, and one that looked at the Pfizer vaccine, Moderna vaccine, and J&J vaccine. What they showed, and this is a study that was released about 2-3 weeks ago, if you've taken a first dose of the J&J vaccine, remember the J&J vaccine is a different platform to the Pfizer vaccine. The Pfizer vaccine is an mRNA vaccine. The J&J vaccine is a vector vaccine. It's like the Sputnik vaccine. So what you're dealing with is that if you've taken a single dose of J&J, if you take another dose of J&J, you get a boost in that immune response. But if you take a Pfizer vaccine after the J&J, you get a much better immune response, far superior. So if you've ever taken a single dose of J&J, as I have, the dose you want to give yourself as your second dose is not another J&J, right? But a Pfizer dose. A Pfizer with a pre-dose of J&J does really well. It doesn't work that well in reverse. So if you take Pfizer first and
Prof, if you can hear us, please, you might have muted slightly as you were speaking on your side. Prof. Karim, if you can hear us.
I'm back.
I see Prof. Sementa is also back. Prof. Sementa, you can get in touch with Prof. Karim. We seem not to have sound. I see he's muted. I don't know
Prof.
how we will
Karim?
do this to him. Yeah, please take over now. You're back.
All right. I don't know where you stopped. Dr. Van Zyl was busy asking a question. I don't know if that was finalized.
Prof. Karim was busy responding to Dr. Van Zyl, but
When
suddenly, just as you were joining, he went mute. I could see on his image he was muted, but looks like we lost him now.
All right, we'll call him on his landline. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof.
All right. I think Prof. Karim, you are back. Yeah, he's back. Thank you, Julius. Your microphone, Prof. Can you please unmute yourself?
My apologies. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I just got dropped off the call. Might be
I think
an issue here.
our network is not good also this side today, but we are trying to fix it.
Okay. So I don't know. I think you probably heard the most of what I said. I talked about hybrid immunity. I showed the Shane Crotty's tree. I talked about mix and match and how taking a Pfizer dose after a J&J is better than taking another J&J. And I was just talking about if you're taking 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, Pfizer recommends you take them 3 weeks apart. Studies have shown that actually it does better if you take it longer. In fact, it's much better if you take the Pfizer vaccine 3 months apart. You can even take it 6 months apart. But at 3 months, it does a lot better than 3 weeks. So that's why in South Africa, we've chosen a different interval. We don't use the 3 weeks recommended by Pfizer. We use 6 weeks. And I think in Namibia, you also use 6 weeks as your interval. So that's the approach we have taken. So it's not a problem. If you miss your second dose, you can still go pretty much within a 6-month interval and get your second dose. And in fact, you will have a better immune response. Not much better, but it'll be better.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. I think we are running a little bit late, but there's still one hand, Isep.
I have to leave, unfortunately. I have a 10 o'clock meeting.
We have a 10 o'clock meeting. So I think we can then, allow you to leave to your meeting, and we can actually now say thank you very much. And then another round of applause, please, colleagues, so that we can actually say thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll get in touch, and maybe for future collaborations, we'll still email you. And you're also welcome to also propose further collaborations. You have my email. Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, colleagues, we will now continue with the program. And next on the program is session 2, the project service unit. And we have Dr. Anna Matros-Goreses, who is going to present NUST projects funding. Dr. Goreses, are you on the call? I know there was an internet issue. You called the office earlier. Are you back in the call?
Yes, Professor, I'm back.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, Doctor.
I'm just trying to share my screen. I believe we are able to see my screen, Professor?
Yes.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, so thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity and really a very befitting topic for this institutional research week. I would like to talk a little bit about research support in a changing world, aligning to the topic that we have, and try to stick to my time that I have. So basically, allow me to talk about just a little bit about the current profile that we are having within the project services unit in terms of research funding and grants management, and then the general status quo of the direction in which the global change has pushed us, the role of the project services unit, and again, looking at the changing research landscape and how that has impacted on the research funding landscape. And then just looking at NUST, where NUST compares against the professional competency framework. I'll speak to that a little bit later. And then just a short overview in terms of COVID research outputs that I'm aware of within the project services unit, and then the way forward in terms of where we are going. So colleagues, if we look at 2020, which was when we were still talking about the PSP4 within the NUST landscape in terms of grants and grants management, I just wanted to give a quick update of where we stand in terms of the niche areas, research niche areas that were defined during our last strategic plan. There we had 4 areas in which we were then converging all the research towards, and as you can see on the pie chart on your right, majority of the research that took place was within the sustainable development sphere. And then second to that was then in terms of renewable energy and energy efficiency. And that is where most of the funding was then geared towards during that period. And then also, if you look at the kind of research, the donors that we received funding from during that period, you would see that our biggest donors was or funding for research and capacity development came from the European Union, and then also the German Ministry on Research and Education, BMBF. And then we had a few research grant pockets from the Embassy of Finland, and they have also their agency TechS. So just to give you a good, just a feel of where we stand in terms of research grant management. Again, to look at the same statistics from 2020, again, looking at where the funding took place and in terms of faculty and institutions and entities, in terms of volume of the funding received. So in certain circumstances, you might have more projects, but smaller in terms of funding value. And in other instances, you have fewer projects and more in terms of funding value. So you would see that our Faculty of Health, Applied Sciences, Natural Resources, Spatial Sciences, Faculty of Engineering in that order, then was dominating the grants funding space within NUST. And I gave that, and I want to give that perspective so that we understand the grants landscape within NUST as we are proceeding and moving forward. Now, as we all know, we are really living in a world beyond collaboration. It is now digital, everything is going digital. We have, and this is a slide I borrowed from one of my colleagues during the SARIMA, the Southern Africa Research Innovation Managers Association. And we looked at it and we said, look, everything is different. We are looking at, for example, the world's largest retailers, they don't have any stock. Let's look at the largest taxi company, have no taxis. So it is really the world looking at digital era. And we are saying that within where we're operating, we are looking at Industry 5.0, which means we are looking at our society 5.0 that we have to service. And so having that background, how does that impact then on the research support as well? Because as you know, we need to be adjusting to the changing or the changes that are happening and actually going digital. I just wanted to mention last week, we actually launched the UNESCO Chair for Gender and Digital Technologies within NUST. Dr. Iyawa from Faculty of Computing is our research chair. And interestingly enough, we were saying, it seems that most of our projects now is linked to ICT. What does that mean? Where does that leave us not in that space? And I think there is a question that as researchers and as we are looking at our research this week, we have to look and reflect on that. So coming back to research support functions. Some of you may have seen the slide. I used it once before, and I use this analogy to try and describe what is it that we do within the project services unit. Many of you has asked, what is it? What are they doing? And I would compare us with being the buns. Project services are the buns outside, the bread, and the rest. And please, no offense to our researchers if I compare you to lettuce and tomatoes and patties, but it is to illustrate that what the project services unit does is really try to keep everything inside together. And it depends on the amount of resources we have, whether the buns are big enough to hold the lettuce, the tomatoes, the onions, the ketchup, the patty, and also what is in there. Do we have all the lettuce, or is it just a burger, a patty with no condiments, for example? So that is the analogy that we try and explain what is it that we do. So I always say that, so the buns are the purple ones on top, and the support that we provide to our researchers within the institution is really looking at various elements. And we're talking about organization, we're talking research management, science, culture, collaboration. We are talking about trying to keep, follow a project life cycle and ensuring that finances are also then aligned to that. And I always say, we are a support function, and if we don't have a sense of humor in where we operate in, then I think we might all perhaps not be here after so long. So it is important that we understand the support function that we provide to the faculty. And now with the changes, you will see that there's a red line, and we are now more and more forced to look at the results. Looking at results, looking at impact. And this is where the changes are coming in. And these results and impacts are more and more leaning towards innovation, technology transfer, looking at our intellectual property rights, patenting. And that is the changes that we need to ensure that in a support function or a unit like project services, that we are on top of what is happening in the space. And if I can just again refer to the Sarima conference we had, we have a group of research managers and innovation technology transfer managers meeting annually just to discuss the changes in the landscape and how do we as support functions address that. If we're talking about culture and collaboration, conflict management, ethics, you know, the good science practice, all of that, and that's the support. And if anybody ever wondered what is it that we do, it is all of that, trying to keep the burger intact and trying to ensure that at the end of the day, it tastes as good as it tastes to everybody else. Because ultimately your success is our success. So looking at the research landscape, as you all know, there are lots of changes taking place. And more, we are trying to look at how do we combine the changes that we have with the current curricula. So, and how do we look at research and bring postgraduate studies in there as lower hanging fruit, bringing in entrepreneurial values. You will see that the system has become more and more integrated. And therefore, we need to also change in terms of how we look at grants, how we look at the research management within a particular institution. And again, there's always that technical architecture that is required more and more, as we can see that we need to also adjust our operational methodologies, as well as this decision-making and priority setting. And this has a huge influence in terms of how research is being managed within the institution. Aligned to that, there's a major change in terms of research funding landscape. And I would indicate at this stage that, and this is something that we have been discussing within the project services unit all the time, to see how do we adjust to these changes that we foresee in the research landscape. And you would see that really the performance and competition-based funding component is quite complex, and there are many indicators that we need to look at and consider, looking at the amount of funding that is available, the number of grants, and even more so, more and more, we are looking at research contracts. We're looking at research contracts, the funding diversity, the share of private funders, international funders, amount of applications, success rate. So you would say that it is quite complex. And if you want to look at the various wheels turning, we are moving towards the dark blue circle wheel of technology at the bottom right. And that is where funding has moved to. You will appreciate, many of the researchers would appreciate that the rules and regulations are becoming more and more tedious. There are more fine print being added to the contracts. It therefore requires the research support office to start looking at upskilling and reskilling ourselves to be able to address those changes in the research funding landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, research management is a skill. It's a technical skill that needs to be harnessed all the time and really needs to be understood. That is why, if we look at the professional competency framework within research management, there are 8 elements that needs to be looked at 3 levels: operational, management, and leadership levels. And we did a quick plotting of where NUST features on this. And you would see that we are, at the moment, when we're looking at, and the circles represent how well we are doing in terms of volume. So you would see the bigger circles are management of funded projects, funding proposals, that is doing quite well. And you would see that they are within the management space when it comes to the professional competency framework. And this is actually a recognized framework that operates the entire research management landscape internationally. And we have to subscribe to that. And there's also accreditation for institutions that is coming out then to be able to say, yes, donors must be comfortable with a particular university, and that's also being led from the project services at the moment. And you would see that you have your extreme case where PSU becomes the implementer, and you have your extreme case where researchers do research in isolation. And NUST, if you plot it against this particular graph, you would see that we are really not doing so well when it comes to certain elements. Our tech transfer ethics, integrity, our support to researchers' development. Those are elements that we really need to look at and see how do we then embed that moving forward in a changing world. I just wanted to come back again to the issue of COVID and how that had impacted on the projects being managed within the project services unit. And there are 4 areas where we have really looked at it and we saw the challenges. Competing priorities with research and teaching during the COVID, obviously, because we all had to switch to a different mode of teaching, and emphasis was more on that. The research, pardon me, the research really suffered quite a lot. We noticed really that we had many lost opportunities during 2020 and this year in particular as well. A lot of the project had to go into no-cost extensions. Field work couldn't be, we had a lot of problems with funding that was earmarked for field work, and that couldn't be spent. Funds had to be returned. So really in the research space, it was really affecting us quite a lot. And therefore, when we look at it, our research impact was then also affected. And we were saying that we do lack a capacity architecture, and I will talk a little bit more to that. Other than that, university industry links became also quite limited, and those are the elements that we've noticed in terms of impact. Having said that, also, maybe touching just a little bit also, and apologies for the numbering, I see that, it has also affected the ability for us to count. But looking at researchers that really came to the fore when there was a call to be involved in COVID-19 related research, and several of the researchers were involved and appointed, including myself, to the high-level research coordination task force that was appointed by the minister, where there were various elements that needed to be then addressed. I will not read them. You'll be able to see them on the screen. Maybe noteworthy to highlight was then the economic impact of COVID-19 on Namibia. That study was done. You will see on the picture some of the outputs that came out of there. We did a very quick vulnerability assessment, policy briefs, really highlighting how COVID had affected various elements, including higher education, and how that will be then done moving forward, and to address some of these, but also how do we become resilient to be able to address it moving forward. I wanted to highlight maybe, and Professor John, if he's in the audience, maybe could add to that, that also NUST was instrumental and in developing some of the masks. You'll see the bull mask there and some facial visors that were then developed through our Fab Lab. We were also beneficiaries of a 3D printer during that time, and were able then to address some of the elements. And I know some other products that were then developed from NUST, handle opener, door handle openers, etc. Then we had quite a number of researchers doing individual research publications, and really very interesting research publications that came out there. Professor Nita also then published books looking at how SMEs were doing with regards to COVID and so forth. Research publications then came out as part of the National Book Project Initiative. These were just a few highlights to see that NUST was really very active despite the COVID-19 pandemic. Colleagues, so if we look at the new strategic plan, I wanted to bring that in so that we understand that we are in a changing space, and we need to look at that. And this slide, you will see, it's quite busy, and it reflects the urgency of elements that needs to be addressed in the next I'm already saying 4 years, because 2021, we have to look at the stats to see how we have done with regards to research on that. But in terms of the niche areas, we have increased our niche areas from 4 to 7. They are listed on top there. We have a particular research goal that is bringing everything together, converging on research, innovation, partnership, entrepreneurship. That's a huge portfolio, just looking at the research. And we are saying we are going to become a premier technological university known for knowledge creation, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Goal 2 is of interest for this particular presentation, but not withholding the fact that we are looking at goal 4, which is cross-cutting, looking at human-centric digital transformation for Industry 4.0 and beyond. And if you look at the statistics, what is it that we want to achieve by 2020? It is listed at the bottom. So, colleagues, really, we have a lot of external factors, but also a lot of internal factors that needs to be digested for us to be able to achieve what we have set out to do. And we said from a project services unit perspective, how are we going to be able to do this? And again, we've looked at it and we have discussed even internationally to see how do we support our researchers going forward. And that is where we looked at a capacity building architecture. If we look at that and we consider everything else that is around on the left side of the diagram, that will be able to assist our researchers to build their capacity, which will then in turn contribute towards improving our research culture, which is where we need to start turning the technology wheels, because our research culture needs to change to be able to address the changing dynamics. That will stimulate participation and ultimately will show the results that we need. And if we are able to do that, build a particular capacity architecture that deals with current gaps that we need to analyze, but also draw from our partners. We don't have to start from scratch. And even though we have a new strategic plan, we must know that we are building on a good foundation. And that is where we are looking at what is in the red circle: internationalization, benchmarking, looking at each other, see how we can best leverage from the lower hanging fruits. Madam Chair, I'm almost ending. Basically looking at the PSCF, the competency framework, again, we need to look at the capacity architecture and say, we need to look at our early career development, early research career development. Mentorship must become key. Looking at institutionalization, we have a challenge because we don't have our research policies in place. How do we want to achieve our goals that I've just presented without that strategic institutional direction? Then we look at our management level. Systems and tools need to be in place. Skills transfer. And operationally, we need to be able to raise that awareness, get the access going, and actually do the application. And those are the elements, and I call them the AAA. If we are able to do that, we'll be able to reach our capacity benefits, which will then help us to reach our goals. So how is Project Services Unit going to strategically position themselves to be able to assist and get to what we have set out? This has been on the card for a while now. And so we are saying the Project Services Unit in the strategic plan, you will see they become a research development directorate. At the moment, the current services we provide is only one out of what is listed on this diagram. We are only on the research financing and a little bit on tools and research repositories. So colleagues, this is basically full house support that will need to be put in place for us to be able to do what is set out in the plan, and we need to be able to do this very fast for us to be able to reach those goals. And I couldn't stop, Madam Chair, without highlighting the High-Tech Transfer Plaza Select, which is an initiative, as you all know, instituted by the new Vice Chancellor, looking at how do we capitalize on the parking garage, I can call it that. That was the initial idea, but how do we then leverage on that and create an integrated ecosystem that is built or built up on technology transfer. And that is where we are saying we are looking at mutual beneficial partnership of academia, industry, development partners, and entrepreneurs, all converged in physical and virtual space in one building. Industry presence on campus. That is what HTTPS is all about, and really trying to leverage from the vast intellectual power that we have within NUST, and how do we then capitalize on that. And we've got our partners that have signed commitment letters to this effect, and you will know that we've just closed the call for integrated water resource management PhDs, 15 of them that will be enrolled in 4 faculties, and that will also be technologically oriented research within integrated water resource management within the HTTPS. And again, we are looking at how can professional chairs come on board, how can we get our institutes, our research and our innovation concentrate within that particular space. And as you know, we are doing this together with our major partner, MTC, as well as the other partners listed there. Finally, what we are saying basically for research in the changing landscape is, let us raise the visibility. Many of us are not aware of what research is happening within the faculties, and our collaboration. How do we collaborate to be able to bring out the strengths from each other and ultimately make an impact? Because what we are looking at is, if you can remember the PCF matrix that I've shown earlier, we want to get to that socioeconomic impact that we can make from our research. And so that is what we are looking at ultimately. Madam Chair, I will end with a very famous, and this is one of my colleagues from Stellenbosch University. She loves using this, and I borrowed it from her, to say, the time is now. It is time for us to make our mark as the Namibia University of Science and Technology, not just nationally, but on the African continent and internationally. Madam Chair, I will leave you with that. We have so many changes that are happening. We cannot wait anymore. We need to act now. Let's make a difference within the research landscape. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna Matros Gorezes, for your presentation. Thank you very much. Well prepared and well delivered. Thank you. The key thoughts on your presentation is the issue of transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary collaboration. It's key. And also the facts that we need to look at the different levels of research management, which really you elaborated quite well by focusing on the fact that research is a technical skill that needs to be harnessed. And you presented your AAA constant, which can facilitate that. Thank you very much. I will allow 1 or 2 questions from the audience, and then we will therefore proceed. We have Brains, AJ Brains. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Convener. Anna, you know me by now. My question to you would be it's all nice to see the strategies and everything that you have presented, but what are the practical solutions to problems that we have? And I'm going to mention a few. What are we going to do about the sharing of research equipment? Because we are wasting money at NUST currently. What can we do to enhance or improve research time for well-known researchers instead of actually, what do you call it? Can't we consider, researchers instead of only people also being considered teaching? How are we going to tackle the issues that we have with NCRST and the issuing of certificates? Because this is an ongoing process constantly that we have. Currently, we are busy with a project which we are battling to get approval to continue. And these are all limitations in implementing what we are really trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would also just like to remind that let's keep our questions short. Thank you, Mr. Brain, for your question. Doctor, would you like to respond?
Yes, Madam Chair, in the absence of no other questions, thank you, Henny. Yes, those are really good questions. Many of them, I will start with the NCRST one. We all know that NCRST is a national commission and they have been going through challenges. And hopefully, I don't have an answer for you on that one, as you know. What we are doing from our side is to build that relationship with them so that through collaboration, we are able to address some of the challenges in a shorter period of time while they are also undergoing a lot of other challenges. So from our side, we are really trying to ensure that we have that good collaboration with them and they know that there are some areas that need to be improved. So those are external factors, like we just have to try and have our house in order, and then we can also then maybe contribute towards some of those. And of course, they're open for solutions. If we have great ideas, great solutions, why not? We can table it to them on how to address some of the challenges, and we can come and jointly find a solution, because it's a Namibian institution and we are Namibians wanting to see progress and development. So I think that as a Namibian institution, we'll be able to address those. Researcher time, I think we've got great leaders here with us that can talk about that. The workload formula has been an issue. And I'm happy to indicate that from the funding that we've just mentioned for the IWRM, we are able to employ our first postdoc researchers that are able to also then help and facilitate that. And that is something that we could look at within NUST model, where we look at seasoned researchers. And again, like I've indicated, the mentoring component can be then embedded in that. But I think it's a discussion that we could have on a management level. Research equipment, of course. Efficiency, we are really going into sustainability as one of our key factors, and that is something we need to look at, how to share research equipment. And that's why we have a director of facilities employed now recently, and hopefully that is also for research equipment and research facilities. But I'm sure you know the answers to many of the questions you've asked also. So perhaps you could share.
All right, thank you, Dr. Anna Matos-Gorezes, for your response, and Dr. Brains for your question. Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to Dr. Anna? I can't hear them, but of course, thank you. We can actually also just do the virtual ones. Thank you so much for that. Now we can go forward with our program. It's actually not usual that we have the vote of thanks at this point, but because of the tight schedule of the presenter, I thought the keynote speaker would still be here for the vote of thanks, but nonetheless, this event is being recorded and also being streamed live, YouTube and Facebook. So it's really proper that we do a proper vote of thanks. And we have here our own DVC Research, Innovation and Partnership Dr. Colin Staley, who will do the vote of thanks. And then we will continue with the technical presentations. And that's really opportune because then the colleagues, the high table, so to say, can actually be released. But if they like to remain, they're also welcome to remain. So here it will be the DVC, the acting DVC Research, Innovation and Partnership, Dr. Colin Staley, for the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director of Ceremonies. Please allow me to just add a comment on the questions asked by Dr. Brains. I hope I'm audible to your side. Please confirm.
Yes, Doctor, you are.
Yes, wonderful. Just a comment on Dr. Brains' questions. Thank you, very appreciated for those questions. It's platform like this that we share ideas and we look into our continuous improvement. As you can remember, through Professor Gavanda's leadership, there was an initiative for Research Ethics Committee that the university is busy setting up, and that will be internationally recognized, and that would allow us to have less dependency on NCRST. So that is one of the good initiatives that we can build on to ensure that our institution is running smoothly in terms of research clearance certificates. So with that, I just wanted to make that comment so that everyone also is aware of that initiative. All right, so Director of Ceremonies, Professor Virginia Semente, the Acting Dean for the Faculty of Management Sciences at the Namibia University of Science and Technology. I stand by the protocol already established. It is indeed an honor for me to deliver the vote of thanks as a convener at this visual research week hosted by the Faculty of Management Sciences under the theme, Living in a World of Pandemic. And then there are also sub-themes, which are business, finance, sustainability, secure environment, digital transformation, big data, changing world culture, and impact on higher education. First, I would like to thank Professor Virginia Semente again as the Director of Ceremonies and also as the lead for the Institutional Research Week Organizing Committee from the Faculty of Management Sciences. Thank you very much, colleagues. And also would like to thank the Project Services Unit, the presentation from Dr. Anna Matos-Karoses, and for them really leading research at the university. The Namibia University of Science and Technology Management, including all the directors, deans, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Errol Naumak, and also Dr. Andrew Nikondo, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching, Learning and Technology, for delivering the welcoming remarks on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. I would also like to thank the NUST Council members for their thought, strategic leadership direction, especially in regards to research, innovation, and partnership at the university. Thank you all to all the distinguished invited guest speakers, and also our industry partners, and especially the scholars who are going to share their research findings with us during this research week. And on behalf of the Namibia University of Science and Technology, I wish to express our profound gratitude to the keynote speaker, Professor Salim Safiuddin Abdul Karim, the Vice President of the International Science Council, Southern African Public Health Medicine Specialist, Epidemiologist, and Infectious Disease Specialist. Thank you so much for sharing insightful information, especially about living in a world of pandemic. You also contextualize in our Namibian circumstances. Thank you for that. Also covering the global concerns, we highlighted the poverty and also the things that we underestimated. And thank you very much for making it crystal clear the technological and scientific innovation in advancement that assisted us in quickly coming up with the solutions to curb COVID-19. Thank you very much to all, also the media house that have joined visually. And for those both of things, I would like to say thank you once more to everyone and yield back to you, Director of Ceremonies. Thank you.
Thank you, DVC Research and Innovation, for these kind words, and also for being the convener of this prestigious event. So we were actually thrilled to work under your guidance. Thank you very much, Dr. Stanley Conlon, for these remarks, for the vote of thanks as we've just done. Thank you. So with that, we were scheduled to take a tea or coffee break, but since now it's a virtual event, perhaps we can stretch for 5 minutes and then we can rejoin in 5 minutes, not really rejoin because the internet is not stable. Let's remain here. Let's take a 5-minute breather. Let's go and walk, take a cup of tea, and then we come back in 5 minutes. Is that okay? Or do you like us to proceed? Okay, so let's do that. So we'll then be back in about 5 minutes, that is 10:55. So 10:55, we are back. Thank you. All right, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we will start in 1 minute. I hope you are all back, you have relaxed, and now you are ready to start. We already can see Prof. Kuliowa is displaying a presentation. They are basically next. We are talking about the impact of COVID-19 on the insurance industry in Namibia. We have Professor Teresa Kauliowa, who is an associate professor, sorry for that, economics department, economics, accounting, and finance department at NUST, together with Selma Uyoni, a student from the University of Stellenbosch. Prof. Teresa, please go ahead. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and a very good morning to colleagues and all the participants. In line with the themes of the NUST Research Week, ours is really then just looking at the impact
sorry, Prof. Teresa, will you mind switching on your camera? We also like to now inform every presenter to please switch on your camera while you are presenting.
I will have to apologize, Madam Chair. I'm unfortunately not able to switch on the camera because of my computer.
Okay, accepted. Thank you. Go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. So we are looking at the impact of COVID-19, essentially to the insurance industry in Namibia. So this work is actually for my graduate student at Stellenbosch University, who is unable to present here today, but I will go through it. Okay, as you all aware, colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic was declared as a global pandemic in March 2020. And such has then brought down a sequence of lockdown measures to contain the pandemic. Namibia has also followed suit in terms of lockdown measures, but the implications of such are such that scholars essentially argue that these drastic lockdown measures have driven global economy in its deepest recession, which then has some different implications on the economy at a macro level, as well as at the firm level and household. So if I can give you an example, for countries like Namibia, you can actually see that Namibia has recorded a contrast of 8% GDP for the year 2020. You can also then see on the graph on the right there, how have we been faring during the pandemic and before the pandemic, telling you that the country already had a weakening macroeconomic fundamentals, again, telling us that such will have various implications of some magnitude on the economy. The importance of the insurance sector cannot be, or insurance industry cannot be underemphasized, such that the sector plays a pivotal role in terms of economic development, as it ensures and it provides protection and cover against financial risk. So in this paper, we are essentially looking at short-term and long-term insurance. So economic agents or firms use both short-term and or long-term insurance to transfer risk. So by transferring such a risk, so they take chance of a risk and you transfer it to insurer, then you pay a premium to insure the underlying risk. So again, coming back, according to the Financial Stability Report of Namibia, it actually highlights that the financial system was able to withstand the impact of 2018 or 2008-2009 global financial crisis, as by then it had adequate financial resources or fiscal buffers to circumvent itself from the external shocks. However, the current problem is that the COVID-19 pandemic is actually expected to negatively impact the resilience of the financial industry and the insurance industry in particular. Again, other reports actually argue that measures that have been put in place to reduce the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic will continue to have some immediate and some long-lasting impact on the insurance industry globally, and Namibia is not an exception. So for Deloitte 2020, essentially stated that the insurance industry may be faced with short and long-term challenges when it comes to solvency and profitability issues. So the whole issue here is in terms of the operations, solvency issues, profitability issues, which might be negatively impacted by the COVID-19. So again, there is a need to efficiently and effectively monitor and track the impact of shocks in the market, such that to allow stimulus or to design policy responses to address the underlying shocks. So the veracity of the claims regarding the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic can only be ascertained by further empirical work. So it's in that light, this paper actually aims to assess and evaluate the impact of COVID-19 on the profitability of the insurance industry in Namibia under the current uncertain environment. So that with the introduction being said, it then moves us to some theoretical ground with regards to this paper. So in terms of underlying theories on how certain crises or how certain shocks affect the performance or the financial performance of any firms, so the underlying theory mainly revolve around the issues of the familiar pecking order theory, the static trade theory, as well as the agency theory and the market timing theory. So most of these theories talks about how firms evolve in terms of their capital structure and how will it affect their financing decisions, which will then ultimately boil down to firm performance in terms of profitability. And again, imposing into the constraint of pandemics, risk, uncertainty, and so forth. So most of these theories are such that the idea of capital structure theory during the recent financial crisis of 2008, 2009, then put more emphasis on trade-off theory as a dominant theory, which will help us to understand how the structure of the firm in a crisis environment as the one triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic, how will it affect capital structure, how will it affect its financing decisions, and how will it trickle down to the performance in terms of profitability. So I'll leave the theoretical expositions there. So moving on, we can look at selected studies with regards to empirical literature in terms of how does COVID-19 impacted other economies as well as Namibia. So for the displayed studies, you can actually see that most of those literatures, they are more or less coming to the same conclusions that COVID-19 pandemic has actually negatively affected most of those countries where the studies has taken place. And it was found that many of the firms be it in insurance sector or any other sectors of the economy, has experienced declining profit, and due to high level of risk and uncertainty, and also then due to the resulting from lockdown measures whereby the operations of some business has to come to standstill. So the hypothesis of the negative impact of COVID-19 on economies has been ascertained by some of the scholars, like in Ghana and some of other international scholars. So we want them to zoom in into the Namibian case to see how does the insurance industry really fare in terms of profitability of long-term and short-term insurance instruments. So with a snapshot of empirical literature, let's then move on. How did we model this type of study? In terms of a methodological approach, the study used a quantitative research strategy whereby it relied heavily on quarterly data from 2013 to 2021, quarter 2, 2013, quarter 1, and this data was mainly sourced from NAMFISA. So you then also have to take note what was happening in Namibia in terms of macroeconomic fundamentals, let's say from 2016 to 2021 there, as you have seen from the earlier slide, whereby the GDP growth was at most close to zero. So it's a period whereby the economy was already experiencing weak macroeconomic fundamentals before the COVID-19 pandemic, which then further worsened. So in terms of evaluating then how the COVID-19 pandemic affects the insurance industry, we are looking at this functional form whereby you have your dependent variable profit. So we are using profit interchanging short-term profit, short-term insurance profit, as well as long-term insurance profit. And then you have your VC there, which is the values of claims accruing to short-term insurance vis-a-vis long-term insurance. And then we are also using investment for long-term investment as well as short-term investment. And we are also using then capturing how does the macro environment affect again firm's profit or insurance industry profit. So that's at the macro level. And we have the dummy variable D1, which is then allowing us to capture the two period, the period pre-COVID-19, which was classified as 1 and 0 otherwise. So the D1 will really allow us to distinguish if the effect of these regressors affect the dependent variable differently between the two periods, COVID-19 period and the pre-COVID-19 period. The rest are parameters that need to be estimated. And then we have our white noise stochastic term ET there, which is assumed to have the usual properties. So that is the functional form that we are going to use to evaluate the objectives of this study. Okay, in terms of analysis, so it's as expected before the analysis has taken place, we need to examine the unit root properties of the data in terms of a time series property of the data, because data that exhibits a unit root process have different implications on which analysis to be imposed. And we also have to evaluate the co-integration property so that we choose the better fitting model. And to estimate the parameters of the functional form that was specified earlier, this paper actually used the autoregressive distributive lab model to estimate those parameters. So with that, it will also then allow us to use to test the co-integration property. And in this study, as you will see later, when we present the result, it was found that the underlying variables are co-integrated And when the co-integration property is supported, then the error correcting version become the appropriate model. So it's for this reason that to estimate the parameters, this short-run model was used to estimate the parameters because of the co-integration property, which was supported as per this co-integration test. So let's proceed. This slide got distorted, but it was essentially just giving us the table of the unit root test, such that most of the variables were found to be some are I0, some were I1. So we had a mixture of integrated variables, so which will then allow us to go further and test for the co-integration. So again, this slide tells us that the co-integration property is supported as per these statistics, and when the co-integration property is supported, then the parameters are better estimated using the error correcting version of the ARDL model. So with that, it will then move us directly into the results, whereby we have used the automatic lag selection of the ARDL model. So first, we look the result of the short-term insurance. So you have your short-term investment here. As expected, you can actually see that you have a positive coefficient, and which is also statistically significant, telling us that for the insurance industry in Namibia, as short-term investment increases, profitability will also then increase. So which is somehow as expected from the theoretical literature. The other important variable that we need to look at is that of claims. So in terms of, we want to see how does the value of claims affect profitability. You are actually seeing here that as value of claim increases by 1 unit or by 1 percentage point, then the value of profit decreases by 0.64%, and it's also, again, highly statistically significant. So, contrary to theoretical expectations, our study found that an increase in GDP was associated with a decrease in profitability. But again, you can reflect back to see during the period under review, it was a period characterized by weak macroeconomic fundamentals. So that could explain why the relationship came out to be negative. Another important attribute that this result is telling us is that the COVID-19 dummy, it's negative, and it's actually telling us that the profit during the COVID-19 period is much lesser than the profit for the COVID-19 period. So telling us a statistical significant difference in insurance industry profit during the two period, pre-COVID period vis-a-vis the COVID period. But what is important to note here is that, yes, profit remained positive, but it was reduced significantly during the COVID-19 period. Okay, other important attribute, you have the error correction term there telling us that in terms of convergence to any short-run disequilibriums in the market, the variables will converge to its long-run equilibriums with a convergence rate of about 85%, which is actually very good. So in summary, in terms of short-term insurance, is telling us that the values of claim has led to a reduction in profit, and the profit was more or less in terms of its reduction during the COVID-19 period when compared to pre-COVID period. So let's look at the long-term insurance. In terms of long-term insurance, as before, or in line with short-term insurance findings. If you increase long-term investment, then you're also likely to increase the long-term insurance profit. However, we are seeing here that an increase in claims is associated with decreasing long-term profit. However, this decrease is not statistically significant. So that then makes you to reflect to say that, okay, there is a difference on how short-term claims or how short-term profit react to claims vis-a-vis your long-term insurance. Remember that your short-term insurance evolves like insurance against your assets, whereas your long-term insurance evolve things like disability insurance, disability cover, or the life cover, so which are long-term in nature. So this is the key distinctions between the short-term insurance findings vis-a-vis the long-term insurance findings. Again, you have a COVID dummy there telling us again to say that yes, there is a significant difference in terms of profit between the two periods, whereby the profit were higher before the COVID-19 period, but it came to be statistically to be reduced during the COVID-19 period, but they, however, remained positive. So those are the key findings from the study. Again, the error correction term is negative as expected and giving us a 95% adjustment to equilibrium whenever there are short-run disturbances in the economy. Post-statement analysis, just to ensure that our findings are robust, our findings are consistent, our findings do not violate the underlying assumptions of the model. So we have tested for the serial correlations. We have also evaluated the heteroscedasticity issues, and you can actually see that the null hypothesis of homoscedasticity and the null hypothesis of no serial correlations have all been accepted. So that is the finding, leading us then to the conclusions and the policy implications coming from this study. So the study actually tells us that the COVID-19 pandemic and then the drastic lockdown measures that it brought has made governments to actually, or it has triggered various short-term and long-term economic implications. But what of note here is that the insurance sector has demonstrated resilience to the pandemic. So it was able to withstand the pandemic during the period under review because it still reported a positive profit. However, profitability has drastically declined during the period under review, and it's not known how long will the sector remain resilient should COVID-19 continue for another period of time. It's also important to note that coming conclusions from the study, the sensitivity of the two measures, the short-term insurance vis-a-vis the long-term insurance. The short-term insurance was more sensitive to changes in claims, as we have seen that the COVID-19 pandemic has increased the amount of claims, but then such does not hold true for a long-term insurance. Conclusion again coming from the study are such that no supporting evidence that the values of claims do affect long-term insurance, but there was supporting evidence that short-term insurance were negatively affected by an increase in claims, which got worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. In terms of policy implications coming from or emanating from this study are such that there's a need for proper financial risk management and the regulations. So those are some of the stepping stones toward actually overcoming financial challenges that are triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic. And more importantly, also this is in line with the keynote speaker, the issues of accurate analysis that will allow timely identify potential threats to their solvency positions and which will then ultimately enhance the resilience to similar shocks that might result in the future. So those are the conclusions and the policy implications coming from this study. So I thank you very much for your attention. So it's back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaliowa, for your excellent presentation. Yes, you were able to model the relationship between profit and micro and macro factors for the insurance industry during and before COVID. So thank you very much. And we now understand that the sector is still profitable, although it experienced some decline, and we are not sure what will happen next. Thank you so much. I will leave the platform and allow questions. Just also to remind the next presenters to be ready. Actually, you have 30 minutes, of which 5 to 10 minutes should be allowed for discussion. Thank you very much, Prof. You actually finished within your time. Any question? All right. There are no questions. Your presentation was clear. There is one from Prof. Sunde. Prof. Sunde, please go ahead. And then from Dr. Brain.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me thank the presenters, the presenter for for an excellent presentation. And what I want to suggest is just a small improvement to the presentation or to the article. I think it would be good if they could add under the diagnostic tests, if they could also consider including the Ramsey reset test for model specification, so that the reader is assured that the model specifications that were used in the article are the correct ones. So I think that's something that needs to be added. And another important diagnostic test that could be added to ensure the robustness of the results is the normality test, so that we know that all the variables that were included in the model were actually normally distributed as required in statistics. I thank you. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Prof. Sunde. I think that's a contribution. It's not a question. I don't know if Prof. Teresa, you would like to say something about it, or otherwise it's a contribution.
No, Prof, those comments are valid and they are true. So we take them as such, and we thank Prof. Sunde for such comments.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Brains. You still want to comment? I'm reading your chat. Would you like to say it loud?
Thank you. What I just like to mention is that my concern is that the short-term insurance industry is not adapting their strategies to make provision for a changing environment, specifically, if we talk about COVID. And I'm just thinking of, aren't they losing people who would like to insure without adapting? Because this is typical things that we as clients are concerned about and questioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Also, it's a contribution, and we appreciate for this. Actually, we appreciate these contributions. With that, we are moving towards the next topic. The next topic was supposed to be presented by Prof. Samuel John. Prof. Samuel John could not join us today, and he sent his apology, but his topic is about innovating solutions addressing COVID-19. Fortunate enough, Dr. Matros Gorezes actually presented holistically some of the key projects that NUST has actually undertaken in the past year. And she mentioned Prof. Samuel John's project in relation to solutions addressing COVID-19. She also mentioned the project or the books launched by Prof. Nita thereof. So basically, that was the presentation that we were supposed to listen from Prof. Samuel John. But the gist of the presentation, the gist of the research has been actually elaborated by Dr. Anna Matros Gorezes, and we are happy to then move to the next item. So the next item, the next item is by Dr. Dr. Professor Sulaiman Olazungu Atiko and Dr. Andrew Jeremiah. Prof. Atiko is from the Arod Popkowitz Graduate School of Business. And then Dr. Andrew Jeremiah is a senior lecturer, management department at NUST. And their topic is perceptions of flexible work arrangements in selecting African countries during the coronavirus pandemic. Prof. and Doctor, you have the floor now. Thank you. I see Prof. Sunde, your hand is still up. I think it's the old one. If you may just lower it for now. Thank you.
Hello.
Prof. Atiko, you may go ahead.
Can you see my slide?
Yes.
This particular one.
Perceptions of flexible work arrangement, we can see it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think I also need to on my video, right? Okay, it's on.
Yes, your video is on.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I think our title is Perception of Flexible Work Arrangements in Selected African Countries During the Coronavirus Pandemic. The lead author and Dr. Jeremiah is the co-author, I think, and Dr. Frank Bolton from University of Mines and Technology, Ghana, Takwa, Ghana is co-author as well. I think Dr. Jeremiah will take us through the introduction. Dr. Jeremiah, are you ready? And background of the study. Dr. Jeremiah, are you there? Okay, I'll take it. Now, introduction, what led to this study, the motivation and background of this study is that when during the lockdown, we had the need to work from home due to legislative disruption and due to coronavirus pandemic in Namibia around 14th of March 2020. And the lockdown, total lockdown or partial lockdown took place from ended around March. And for us, that was the first time that the use of flexible work arrangement was adopted in African countries. And for us, flexible work arrangement happens to be a work-life balance strategies and flexibility by the HR department. But before the pandemic, I think employers in Nigeria, in most African countries were really skeptical in terms of adoption of COVID-19, adoption of flexible work arrangements and in business organizations across African countries. I think one of the reasons for lack of adoption has to do with lack of IT infrastructures, according to the literature, and maybe because of our culture as well. If you look at African culture, we have to go to the workplace, and people and employer were also concerned in terms of supervision and what have you. So before the pandemic, there was no wide adoption of flexible work arrangement or work options in business organizations in most African countries, with the exception of particular IT companies, software developers in South Africa that use flexible work arrangements in IT firms. But now that stands as a kind of background to the study, and the gap that this current study seeks to fill. This study happens to be one of the study that looked at adoption of flexible work arrangements in most African countries before. Please mute your mic, please. Hello, can you please mute your mic?
Colleagues, can you please mute your microphones, Prof. Sunde? We can still hear you. Thank you.
So, however, most employers and governments on the African continent were prompted to implement flexible work arrangements by the global spread of coronavirus pandemic, and based on the need to also curtail the spread of COVID-19 pandemic by insisting that employees must work remotely, that is, they must work from home. Now, looking at the background and the literature in terms of the use of flexible work arrangements in selected African countries, like I said earlier on, what prompted the use of flexible work arrangements in selected African countries happened as a result of employer support, which is the employer support and safety precautions. And also the use of flexible work arrangement, we also came up with the IT support and the impact of IT support on the use of flexible work arrangement, and how does that really impact on the productivity of workers, particularly in service industry, who can really work from home. So we also, looking at the conceptual framework, we came up with about 7 research hypotheses. Now, hypothesis 1 seeks to look at the interplay between employer support and safety precaution, the impact of that on the use of flexible work arrangement. Hypothesis 2, look at the IT support and the use of flexible work arrangement. 3, looks at the employer support and how it impacts on employee productivity during lockdown. And 4, for example, also looks at the IT support, the impact of IT support on productivity, employees' productivity. Why we also text mediation using smart PLS, various beans SCM to look at the impact of the flexible work and the mediating influence of flexible work arrangement on the interplay between employer support and productivity, employee productivity during lockdown. And we also look at the mediating influence of flexible work arrangement on the interplay between IT support and productivity. Now, going straight to the methodology. This is post-positivism research philosophy, and as a result of that, our research design is a cross-sectional survey research design following a quantitative approach in order to investigate the employees' perception on the use of flexible work arrangements in selected African countries during lockdown. Now, geographically, this study was conducted in African countries, particularly those countries who have really recorded cases of coronavirus pandemic between March 2020 and sometimes June 2020. So in terms of participants and sampling, I must say that we do not have the statistics in terms of the population of people working from home, of workers working from home across selected African countries. that participated in the study. Because there was no population, there was no sampling size, we had to rely on the use of non-probability sampling technique in this quantitative study. And to do that effectively, we had to rely on purposive sampling technique. In terms of purposive sampling, because we are only interested in those workers working from home. That is the use of purposive sampling technique. And after that, when we locate that and we use WhatsApp to share the survey link, which is Google Form, and we also requested that those people should also forward the link to their colleagues who were also working from home. And that suggested the use of snowballing approach. So it has to do with a combination of purposive sampling techniques and snowball sampling techniques. So using Google Form. And it was easier to really distribute this question, the survey link, and for them to also complete the survey using their smartphone. Now after a while, about at the end of June or July, a total of 473 responses were retrieved from Google Forms. And with contact follow-up, we collected data from SADC African countries, and the co-author from Ghana was also instrumental in collecting data from Ghana, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, and all that. And Dr. Jeremiah was also instrumental in collecting data from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, and I also assisted to get a reasonable sample size. Now, in terms of measure, the questionnaire, the survey form, we used a standardized scale of measuring flexible work option questionnaire developed by, which is the version 2, developed by Ablom 24. And the items were adopted to gather information on 4 subsections of the questionnaire: the use of flexible work arrangements in meeting work and families' demand during the lockdown. We also adapted the items to collect data in terms of employer support and the safety protocols or precautions. And we also looked at the subsection on IT support, then on employees' productivity during the lockdown. And we used 5-point Likert rating scale. Now, in terms of data analysis, we used variance-based data analysis, the variance-based structural equation modeling, and because the Smart PLS version 3.3 was instrumental for that part analysis. So after the preliminary analysis that was done, we made use of Cronbach alpha and composite reliability to check the reliability of our key constructs, the latent variables, as indicated in the conceptual framework in terms of employer support and safety precautions, IT support, productivity, and the use of flexible work arrangement. And if you look at all these, it shows that we have a very good Cronbach alpha, and the composite reliability also confirms that they are above the threshold of 0.7. And also, if you look at AVE, which is the average variance extracted, and they are also above the threshold of 0.5, and as you can see. So the diagonal, for example, and I made the diagonal, these are the diagonals, are the square root of average variance extracted. And this shows we use average variance extracted for convergent reliability, while heterotrait monotrait ratio was also used to assess the discriminant validity, which shows the value, the square root of average variance extracted must be greater than the inter-item factor correlations. You can see 0.764 is greater than all the value that I'm pointing at here. So that is what to do to check discriminant validity. And on the row wise, they also must be less than all these. So after doing all this, we satisfied that the validity and reliability wasn't an issue in the study because, and that suggests the use of the essence of using standardized scale to measure the constructs. When we are done with that, then we throw that into structural model using SMART PLS and to test the relationship between the construct and hypothesis using the SMART PLS, the structural model. We can see that the relationship between the influence of employer support and safety precaution on the use of flexible work arrangement, you can see the beta loading that is 0.425, which was also significant. And you can see that the adoption of flexible work arrangement, which is the use of flexible arrangement, has tremendous impact on employees' productivity during the lockdown. So most workers working remotely from home were more productive during the lockdown due to the use of flexible work arrangements. But unfortunately, the IT support exerts no significant influence on employees' productivity during the lockdown. So if you look at all, I'll check that now. If you look at all the construct, the parts, they were all significant, with the exception of the direct link from IT support to productivity, which means could suggest that most employers, the IT support in Africa was still an issue, and most employers did not really give provided IT support to their employees during the lockdown, particularly in most African countries. Now, if you look at this, you discover that out of the 7 hypotheses that were formulated and tested in the study, you can see also, as pointed out earlier on, that the hypothesis 2 was rejected because the p-value and the t-statistics, is less than 1.96, which is the threshold, and the p-value is also greater than 0.05. And you can also see that the coefficients, the beta value, the coefficient is relatively low when you compare to others. So it's a confirmation that the IT support wasn't great by employers in most selected African countries. So what are the implications? Looking at the results and the implications now. Now, I think there's a great need for employer support and adequate provision of essential IT devices for effective implementation of remote working in the so-called post-colonial era in selected African countries. However, and the lesson from this study is that the use of flexible work arrangements can also enhance employees' productivity, and that is what I think the employers of labor should take advantage of in the post-pandemic period. So to give more, to allow workers to work from home, and there's high need for employers to really consider the use of flexible work arrangements or flexible work options and whatever, or shift. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share our research outcomes with you. And we also need to tell you that the paper has been accepted for publication, and it has been published in South African Journal of Business Management, which is a Web of Science journal. And thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Professor Tiku, for your presentation. Excellent presentation. may I kindly request that you give, your applauses. A round of applause, please. I don't see and I can't hear anything. I don't know if colleagues, we are still here, or is it only me and Prof. Atiko that are here, but your icons are still there?
We are here, Prof.
All right.
Very much around.
Thank
Prof,
you
I'm
very
sorry.
much. Thank you.
I'm
Can
sorry,
we also
Prof.
do the same? Can we do the same for Prof. Teresa Kaliowa? We were so quiet. She really did an excellent job too. Do you agree? Round of applause, please. All right, thank you so much. So with that, I will allow some questions, Prof. Atiko. Any question for Prof. Atiko's paper? All right, so we have a number of ends. Let me see the order in which they appear here on my side. It's only one actually. It's Dr. No, it's Prof. Sunde. Prof. Sunde, please ask your question.
Sorry, Chair, I don't have a question. I think I forgot to lower my hand.
Lower, okay.
Yes.
I see Dr. Andrew Jeremiah is now able to join us. He sent his apology last time because he was having internet issues. So he had to travel from home to the venue now here at NUST. Welcome for joining.
I'm very sorry, Prof. I was working from home and I hope Prof. Atiku talked about the IT support and the employer support, etc., etc. So maybe I didn't have the employer support and safety and the IT support. So I just got bogged down just when we were just about to start. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. But in your paper, your finding is that there is no significant relationship between IT support and productivity. So yes, but of course I do accept it because you are here. You're still productive, isn't it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Without any questions, I think we can only say thank you. Your presentation was excellent too. And we can move forward to, yes, Dr. Philae is saying the same. This is an excellent presentation by my colleague, Atiko, of course, by your staff member, your department. Thank you. Let's proceed. We have two more presentations. I think we are running, we're actually managing the time efficiently. We are being productive. The next one is by Prof. Lovemore Matipira, Associate Dean, Research and Innovation at NUST. With these co-authors, I will not name all of them, so they are listed on the program. So the title is Optimized Distribution of Pharmaceuticals and Medical Sundries, e-health delivery for Namibia. You may be wondering, how does that relate to COVID? Yes, it's an health issue regardless. So Dr. or Prof. Matipira, please take us through your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me try and share the screen. Yes, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, Prof, we can see the screen.
Okay, thank you, Chair. It's a short presentation. It's about e-health for Namibia, where we are trying to focus on how best you can improve the effectiveness of the whole health delivery system in the country. So this is an old idea coming back from 2017-18, and we've been trying all along until now we managed to make a breakthrough. So the colleagues from NUST, you can see their names on the screen. We have Prof. Iphigenia Simente, Dr. Smart Dumba, Dr. Tendai Nzuma from the Spatial Sciences, Maurice Nkusi, TLU, you know him, and Dr. Onesimus Shungula, the Dean for Health Sciences. We also have a team from Germany, and we didn't put their names here. They are actually providing pro bono services into this project. And we have also representatives from the Ministry of Health. So basically, let me see, why is it moving? Okay, so the overview of this project is that we depart from 2 standpoints. One of them, we try to keep pace with the developed world and try and offer a patient-centric approach in terms of health delivery in Namibia, including the distribution of pharmaceuticals and medical sundries in Namibia. And then the other argument is that we are of the view that the hospitals in Namibia are overstaffed, particularly in urban centers. There are so many doctors doing nothing in actual fact. So with the integration of ICT, we see that we can optimize on the efficiency, and that will be beneficial to them, to patients or to people. So we find that Namibia as a country has got its own obstacles, which include geographic, road quality, distance, travel costs at the end in terms of delivery of pharmaceuticals and medical sundries in the country. So these are some of the issues. So our departure point is that we want to focus on the integration of M-governance in the health delivery system in the country. So I will explain further on this idea of M-governance, as well as having a patient-centric, which is integrated with M-governance in the distribution of pharmaceutical at the right time, at the right place for the benefit of the patient. So we find that most of you are aware of what e-health is all about, but we find that it consists of all ICT tools and services in health that link the interface with patients and providers and all the professionals, transmissions, and so forth, for the purposes of enhancing what efficiency in the health system. And it has other hosts of other aspects which are involved in e-health. So in essence, we are saying e-health covers all aspects of health delivery system. And it also assists in the monitoring and improvement of the management of the health system. Empirical evidence suggests that in Namibia, particularly in remote areas, the doctor-patient ratio is somehow not wholesome. For example, doctor-patient ratio is highest in Wangwena region with 22,144 people per doctor. And the Zambezi region, 1 doctor per 12,000 people, 1 nurse for every 2,000 people. And this is according to the studies which were conducted in 2011 by Wright, which means it might have shifted maybe to be positive or negative or remain constant. We didn't get hold of the latest statistics to that event. So we find that in our history of growth since birth, we have encountered several challenges that include illness. And some of us, we visited doctors and received some prescriptions, and at the end of the day, you don't know where you place them. And we find that, I'm sure in this conference sitting, very few of us will remember the type of illnesses that they went through since birth. Some of us have even forgotten the operations or surgery that we went through. So we find that this complicates the way how health is administered in the country in the absence of ICT. So we find that it creates challenges to doctors during diagnosis. And then you find that the doctors, when they attend to patients, when they visit the hospitals, they spend most of their time trying to gather patient data. And you find that all those queues you see at Katutura Hospital, Central Hospital, you name it, is
Prof. Matipira.
Yes.
You are being asked to put on full screen if that's
okay,
possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes. So we are saying that all those queues we are seeing are as a result of gathering of patient data. So in the absence of that idea of gathering patient data through integration of ICT, will minimize those queues, and it will eventually lead to efficiency in the manner in which health is administered in our hospitals. So the idea at the moment is that our argument, we still say that hospitals are actually overstaffed in urban centers. So e-health becomes a solution. So we find that it has been reported, but it's just a fact, a point of fact, that some people die due to incorrect diagnosis simply because of administration of medicine, maybe without a full record of the patients, which might imply allergies and other aspects. And we always want to blame the doctor, but doctors should not be blamed alone. This is a systemic error that often causes this kind of disaster, which also involves ourselves. We find that the distance, particularly in remote areas, to attend to a clinic or a satellite clinic is often too long, and it inhibits these people to access treatment. And then you find that when it comes to critical conditions, maybe there's need for blood, and the only way to access it is to visit those established centers for you to receive the blood. And the distance could be a factor here. So we find that e-health will come at hand to mitigate some of these challenges. If we look into what has happened in other countries in the world, in Europe, there are so many benefits that have been derived from e-health technologies. It has been concluded that it is actually cost effective. And we find that ICT, in essence, minimize these costs. So it also reduces the need for travel to visit to these centers when we integrate ICT and M-governance, which we are proposing. And there are so many benefits that you can derive from here. It also leads to quicker data handling and results in efficiency. And therefore, we see e-health as a solution. It's not a new thing. In developed world, they are practicing it. No doctor will touch you without an e-health card because they don't know. The first thing they have to attend to is to check where is the e-health card for them to access your history data in terms of your health. Whereas in our part of the world, it appears as new technologies, so we just want to enhance this. If we look into UN Sustainable Development Goals, 2011, 2015, it also emphasizes the need for health to all countries. And Vision 2030 also aims, that's in Namibia, it also aims at reducing extreme poverty and see a healthy nation. So e-health will come at hand and will enable them, to perhaps to meet the Vision 2030. So our project focuses on bringing health services to the people and for the people instead of the people searching for health services. I found that it might be difficult for others because we're born in a tradition whereby when you fall sick, people have to struggle to tell you to go to the hospital. What about the reversal of that? So e-health will come at hand in some of those issues. So the purpose is that it seeks to enhance delivery system of pharmaceuticals, medical sundries to patients on an emergency basis, especially in certain situations, like, for example, in rural areas, snake bites, or other chronic conditions like heart failures or something like that, or nearer to that. So we find that with its introduction, it will actually improve the livelihood as well as good health of people. So what is the route to impact on this project? We find that there are numerous approaches to the assessment of economic health sector, but health impact assessment approach, we find that it extends beyond economic aspects to deal with broader societal impact, often referred to as socio-economic impact. So this becomes very, very important. In Europe, we find that there are notable exceptions, such as the European e-health impact study, as well as the digital health impact framework, which was developed by the Asian Development Bank and based on the 5-case model and stage-based approach in integrating economic, financial evaluation and so forth, which we find also to be important. Then we find that, so what is it that we suggest in this aspect? We are saying that we suggest, it's no longer a suggestion, we are in the midst of trying to see, in the middle of crafting this project on the ground. So we are going to conduct the project in an agile manner. So this allows for adjustment and reprioritization of user stories, tasks, according to new findings and circumstances as we engage in the field. So as for now, we have four work streams that are important. One is data modeling and optimization model. So here we are looking into decision 2 to find the best feasible solution of the problem that is a problem in the Ministry of Health at the moment in terms of health delivery. And the objective will be to minimize cost and maximize benefits. And then the other aspect is that of data acquisition and data processing. So we are going to develop an optimization tool prototype. This is usually a cross-disciplinary multi-objective optimizing process. It's a tool that adopts integrated approach involving accurate simulation, systematic parametric analysis, and automatic design optimization, which is also important. We also run different optimizing scenarios and delivering decisions in the process. So the data model and optimization model continues. So the expected result of this work stream will be that documented data and optimization models that will comprise the key aspect of the distribution problem required for the feasibility study. So we also find that they will have to do the data model, which will include the demand per region, product and pharmaceutical or medical sundries, time period and agents constraints. And also we'll focus on possible distribution centers and GPS coordinations and product specification capacities and so forth and so forth. And then we'll also focus on transportation assets as drones, motorbikes, and weight. All those variables necessary for the performance of the drones will be considered. And the transportation matrix, where we'll look into the origin, destination, baseline distance and road distance, and we factor all that. So the optimization model will include investment decisions on distribution centers and transportation assets. So decisions will be on how demands are satisfied, capacity restriction for distribution centers, capacity and range restrictions for transportation assets, and constraints for timely demand fulfillment and cost minimization objective. So we find that the goal of this work stream is to acquire all relevant input data structured according to the defined data model, and data should be at least manual checked for plausibility. If time permits, automatic validation routines should be implemented. So we need to note that the success of the project depends on critical or required data being available. So that one we are dialoguing, we'll dialogue with the Ministry of Health, the focal point to ensure that we access that data. And then development of optimization tool prototype is that the result of this work stream shall be optimization tool prototype that allows the computation of solutions to the optimizing problem that we are focusing on. And the project is to conduct a feasibility study now, hence sophisticated user interfaces will not be in scope for the prototype. So these are some of the issues. So in conclusion, we are saying that this work stream contains all relevant analyses to drive management level recommendations regarding the actual implementation of the optimized distribution supply chain. So the timeline and the team, as soon as we have reached an agreement on our collaboration, we'll start recruiting some of the volunteers. We are in the process now of discussing the agreement. We have shared the memorandum and we are all in agreement. What is left now is to engage our international office and the offices that matters for review of the memorandums and then cause the signing of the agreement, and then we can start the work. But this work will take a duration of about 5 to 7 months, which is reasonable. So the Agile project approach, which I highlighted at the beginning, will be as follows. We have come up with a recommended project team from our side, which is the Namibia University of Science and Technology. We need a project coordinator for pro bono and Ministry of Health, which responsibility I will be doing. And then 1 to 2 data experts in charge of data acquisition, 1 to 2 domain experts for the business requirements. And then on the pro bono side, they will have a project coordinator from the pro bono management team, 1 project lead responsible for managing the project, 2 volunteers, 1 for data processing, 1 for development of the optimization tool, and additional personnel as per the needs as we venture into this project. So in short, what is it that we intend to do? 1, we need to integrate e-health in the delivery system of the pharmaceutical through the use of drones, which has happened in other countries. And our idea of integrating M-governance is actually mobile devices, which will be programmed per each district in a province and linked maybe to the district medical officer or the PMD of that province. In cases of serious conditions, would say, for example, press 1, and the person on call will answer to say, oh, okay, what is the problem? And diagnosis already start, calm down, and all those things. And then we'll have the field officers with motorbikes who will eventually take off to the area to go and assist because they already know the condition. We can take another scenario like a snake bite deep down. Most people will die before they reach the health facility. So with the integration of M-governance, we'll be able to provide health. To provide assistance to such patients to stabilize them before they are taken to hospital, and we save lives. So this is one of the idea. And then the second idea will be that of the development of an e-health card for Namibia, which will actually minimize those queues you are seeing in hospital and leads to efficiency. And we are also focusing on other aspects where we'll use some microchips for maybe people with critical conditions, pregnant women, and so forth, such that they will be linked to health facilities in cases of an event of illness and so forth. So it's actually an umbrella project with so many initiatives that we are trying to do for Namibia. We've discussed with the ministry, they are happy with it, they are on board on it. So NUST will be the driver of this project. Thank you very much, our colleagues. Thank you, Chair, and over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Matipira. Round of applause, colleagues. Thank you. Well received. Well received indeed. We are talking about e-health, and Prof. Matipira, you actually explained it very well. It includes all aspects of health provision, including management and delivery of pharmaceuticals. And the idea is to reduce the doctor per patient ratio as well as the nurse per patient ratio, which you indicated staggering figures there, which often may lead to death because of late service to patients because of the ratio. Thank you very much. This is indeed a cross-disciplinary approach, and it's a very good example of applied research that we talk about. At the end of the day, we will have a functional project. And I see Prof. Sarala is saying very interesting presentation. Okay, thank you very much there. Colleagues, any input, questions from the audience? Okay. I see Dr. Jeremiah is sending the link to their presentation to everyone. Thank you for that. Let me look at the participants. I don't see any question. It seems it was straightforward and clear. It's a project that we are working on. I think the next step will be to approach the Ministry of Health to really get also their inputs. And once that is sorted, obviously, the project, the memorandum of understanding can actually be signed. Thank you. Let's move forward. We have now our last presentation, last but not the least. We have Ms. Michelle Marais. Ms. Michelle Marais is the Associate Dean for Teaching and Learning at the Faculty of Human Sciences. She's also the chairperson of the OIC, which is the Online Implementation Committee that oversaw basically the transition from face-to-face to online and now to hybrid delivery that we so accustomed now at NUST because of COVID. So let's welcome Michelle Marais. She's going to present Teaching and Learning During the New Normal, Lessons Learned. Ms. Marais, please come forward. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to make sure that you all can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to switch on my camera. I'm in the office and it seems like I had quite a bit of struggle this morning with network connectivity. So if you do not mind, I'm going to keep the camera off. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to present my topic with you. My topic is a bit out of line with the other discussions we had this morning, but it is still very central to why we are here. And that is, to make a difference in terms of teaching, learning, and assessment during this challenging time of COVID that we have. I want to just share my presentation with you. I'm going to look at the key developments triggering a new pedagogy in terms of teaching, learning, and assessment. I'm going to touch a bit on the background and NUST response to COVID-19. I will also be looking at teaching, learning, and assessment challenges and successes. And then I want to share with you just a very short case study action research that I conducted in the new normal. A lot of the information that I will be sharing with you is not only my own work. When it comes to some of the challenges and successes, I think about a month and a half ago, I did a presentation at the International Research Week, and some of the information I already presented there. So I just want to mention that. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to just start off by saying that even before COVID-19 reached our shores last year, there was already an emergence in a change in pedagogy in terms of teaching, learning, and assessment. As we are all aware, our society has changed, our student expectations have changed, technology have changed. What do I mean by that? I mean that when we look around the globalized environment we live in, the globalized world, it does not necessitate students to be at a campus where they live in a res and they attend classes face-to-face every day. Residence campuses are still there, but a lot of students are literally doing their studies on an international platform, and therefore the teaching and learning also had to adopt. Also, when we look at student expectations, as we all know, we have also in our NUST new strategic plan, we again have captured the vision and the mission of our institution, and we also have a set of graduate attributes that we want to instill in our students. And therefore, when we have our students cross that stage cross the stage during graduation or virtual graduation for the time being, we do not only want our students to have subject-specific knowledge. The expectation with students, therefore, is also that the students themselves, that they know more, that they have the characteristics, that they have the skills for them to adapt in this changing world. Obviously, the change in technology is there, and therefore, when we look at how we basically transformed into an institution that offers online learning, teaching, and assessment, and also remote instruction, we had to rely on the technology that we have. Other advantages basically of online learning is that it increases access, and also it allows for flexible learning routes to be followed. When we look at what the pedagogy of online teaching and learning is, I try to put it there in a definition to the left. It is an approach or a strategy that facilitates and enables the delivery of online education in an online environment using technology and digital mediums of communication. When we look at further triggers that necessitated the change in the pedagogy to online learning, what I've included in this slide is also indicating that whether COVID happened or not, we would have been moving in that direction in any case. We look at the new demands of a knowledge-based society, meaning that there is so much knowledge available out there that it is really impossible for us to capture everything about a specific course that we are teaching in a 13 or 14-week teaching week. We look at the increase in academic papers being published. We look at the emphasis on critical thinking and independent learning that we have in society today. And also we look at lifelong learning, and that is lifelong learning beyond graduation. And when it comes to online, again, it is the ideal tool to do that. When we look at student expectations, I already indicated that students today do not look the same as they did when I was a student. I had the privilege of being a full-time student, not working at the time, but society have changed. The world have changed. Many of our students, whether they are full-time or part-time or on distance mode, they are adults. Many of them have children, they have families, and they are no longer located in Windhoek. And therefore, the flexible learning option was ideal for them. Then also, our kids today, they have access to social media, and therefore also very important for us to also you make use of the tools available. And that is why many of us have used WhatsApp, we have used YouTube, etc. All those social media tools available for us to make sure that we can really make this online teaching, learning and assessment work. I've mentioned the flipped classroom approach. I'm going to speak about it a bit later on, but that is also a wonderful tool to make sure that we do active student-centered learning by making use of technology. I'm not going to say much about new technology. What I can say is that if we look at things such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and simulation, we do not necessarily need to have all our students sitting in front of us in a classroom. Technology can allow for us to do things differently. And then the last thing I just want to mention, and that is that online learning and what the approach that we have followed the last year have really assisted our students in developing new skills in terms of technology, being more able to do self-learning and also pushing themselves. When our students enter the job market today, and if we talk to our work coordinators, they will also confirm this, that when our students enter the job market, they need to hit the ground running. There's no time for them to still be trained and to still be skilled in terms of information technology, etc. And therefore, I think the situation that we have had really pushed NUST into becoming more tech savvy. I know that when we look at the institutional structure and the faculties we have, there are many faculties with a technology focus. When we look at the faculty and the field that I'm from the public management field, I'm from the social sciences. Technology is not really regarded as one of the most important factors. So therefore, I can also say that the new pedagogy that we have embraced really assists our students to prepare them, for the real IT generation and the IT requirements out there. Ladies and gents, the next thing I just want to share is this ugly picture that we have seen and that we have heard so much about this morning, which was very interesting. And that is that we all know that COVID struck our shores. And on the 15th of March last year, the Online Implementation Committee was established. Prof. Semente spoke about that. Prof. Semente was also one of the initial members of the OIC, as we call ourselves. We have been around for a year and a half almost, where we was trying to, across the different platforms and across the different departments, discuss all the challenges. We made recommendations to top management in terms of how to go about in maneuvering ourselves through the academic year last year and also this year. I want to also just mention that the Online Implementation Committee, for those of you that do not know, it consists of representatives of all the different faculties. There are deans, there are associate deans, we have heads of units, we have the SRC, we have the registrar's office, and facilities and human resource management, etc. So it is really a multidisciplinary group of academics and support staff. What we have done last year, as you know, we transferred from face-to-face teaching to remote and online. We basically recommended that the assessment practices change from exam-based to continuous assessment. The reason for that, I have to just mention, because many people asked, why did we change? And that was specifically for time. You will remember that last year, just when lockdown started, we missed a couple of weeks. And one of the reasons why we introduced the assessment strategy was to make up for lost time. We also recommended that students be brought back to campus in a phased approach, and specifically those students where professional bodies required students to do practicals, to be on campus. So we also looked at that, and it was also quite a bit of mathematics from our side to look at the exact number of people allowed on campus, etc. And also one of the most important things that we wanted to do was to make sure that our academic programs were not compromised in terms of quality. What were some of the challenges that we experienced? I'm not going to go through all of them. You can have a look. One of the things which I want to mention is that there were quite a number of students and staff that were underprepared. We all knew that we had Moodle, and for many of the lecturers, Moodle was simply a space to post notes, videos, etc. And we did not really make use of Moodle as an active teaching tool. We wanted something synchronous, and there is where MS Teams were very helpful. I know that it comes to the next slide, one of the successes, and that is that our DICT team worked very hard in making sure that MS Teams were loaded on all the computers, that everyone was trained, and very soon everyone was up and running. One of the biggest challenges that we still have, and that is the second last bullet and the last bullet, and that is the students' need for devices and also data coverage. I will say a bit more on that a bit later on. Other challenges was that we suddenly changed from exam-based to continuous assessment, meaning that there were a lot of work behind the scenes required, and there were also a lot of questions asked in terms of quality and integrity. And we did also, as a group, participate in a presentation to Senate where we looked at the pass rates of the faculties, where we compared pass rates of face-to-face assessments and online assessments. And that was also something which we had to present in order to make sure that we did not compromise on quality. One of the challenges that we have still is authentication and proctoring of assessments. There where students are writing online assessments, we still have to improve on that. Authentication basically means that when I say that I am Michelle Maria doing this assessment, that it is in fact me. And proctoring is just to ensure that a student do not move to another website, do not move on a WhatsApp while they are busy conducting an assessment and to get notes, etc. from a friend. Then I want to just mention that obviously the last thing that on the slide is presented is the real human factor, the human challenges that we experienced when our staff members and our colleagues fell ill. Many of them were ill for a very long time. We also lost staff and students. So that is also a challenge that one had to deal with. When we talk about the successes, ladies and gents, I want to share here that our teaching and learning unit, under the guidance of Mr. Maurice Nkusi and also assisted by Cole, they did wonderful work in terms of capacity building to staff and students through virtual classrooms, online assessments, etc. And really we can commend them for a job well done. And then, as I mentioned earlier on, DICT also did a wonderful job in making sure that we have MS Teams up and running, that the VPN is configured, meaning that people could be able to access IPS systems, etc. Off campus, and also where software that is located on campus could also be used off campus. Other successes is through the teaching methodologies that we followed, where classes were recorded. Students could always go back. Students could always listen to recordings again when the network failed. And also if a student missed an assessment missed a class, because they were out of campus or in another town due to work, they could also go back and revisit. That is some of the successes. Now, ladies and gents, I want to just share with you a case study. And for those of you that don't know me, there's a picture of myself. And I want to share the case study that I did looking at my own teaching practice. And it is so important as an academic for all of us to do action research in terms of our own teaching and learning. And that is to make sure that we approve what we are doing and that we identify the challenges and that we tackle them and that we make sure that at the end of the day, we do the best to ensure that our students pass and do well. Just a bit of background. I follow a flipped classroom approach in my teaching. I've done work on flipped classroom and presented similar topics to other audiences. And the flipped classroom approach is really something that I've utilized even long before the COVID epidemic struck. Then I just want to, this is just, to say a bit more about what I looked at, and that is my own teaching. I looked at the same group. It's the honors group in public governance. And these are the two courses that I teach, portfolio and program management, and also governance of public-private partnerships. Both of these courses are also new courses, part of a new revised curriculum. When I ask the students to participate in the questionnaire or in the focus group session, I ask them, however, not to only look at my courses, but to look at the whole experience within their honors here. I want to mention also that through assessments, I use the combination of face-to-face and online assessments. A comprehensive test was an open book test. Also, when you look at the honors level, the open book test is ideal because it allows for students to interpret challenges and problem statements in their own way, to use critical thinking, to develop plans of action, and really to look at the higher order assessments. Also, I also asked my students to do online presentations. Many other lecturers, I heard them say, oh, but we cannot do presentations. I asked my students simply to do online presentations like we are doing now, and it worked very well. And then I used the focus group discussion on their perception on teaching and learning during the new normal. Now, before I go to the research findings, I want to just quickly share with you the approach that I use. So I'm bringing in something, about a bit of a teaching and learning academic work, and that is the flipped classroom approach. It is an instructional approach, and it's based on Kolb's experiential learning cycle, and it is tasked at looking at students and how they learn and learning by doing. And again, many people would say, but how do we maintain student-centered teaching, learning, and assessment in the time of COVID when we cannot see our students face-to-face, where we only see them online? And I want to tell you that it is possible. We use the flipped classroom approach in such a way that when we look at time spent online, it is not simply me presenting slides on slides on slides, but it is about discussion and looking at real challenging and critical questions. If you can just see, this is how a traditional lecture works. Traditional lecture, it focuses on the lecturer itself, and also the lecturer tends to take a lot of responsibility, and students remain passive. Students just sit in the class and listen to your presentation, watch your slides, etc. But when we talk about the flipped classroom approach, it is really student-centered. It focused on what the students are learning, and it also guides students to take more responsibility and to shape their own learning. If I can just quickly share with you this, you will see that the orange line through the presentation indicates two types. The first one is the old traditional type, and that is in time. What happens in the class is that there's the first exposure via the lecture, the students see the notes for the first time, etc. And they really do not have an active role to play in the classroom. So they will go home and they will do homework, and they will prepare for the next class where they will get a new set of notes. But what I've found very, very helpful, specifically for online teaching, learning, and assessment, is the flipped classroom approach, where I made available the videos and the readings, etc., before the class. And I required my honor students to go through these before the class. And in the class time itself, we did discussions, we did debates. I made use of the MS Teams breakaway rooms, where I created opportunity for students to engage with one another and to learn from one another, and then give feedback to me and to the rest of the group, as if a normal face-to-face setup. Ladies and gents, now quickly, I don't know how much time I have left, but I just want to quickly share what I've done. Like I indicated, I've done a bit of action research. It's a method of systematically inquiring about my own teaching practice and also to see how I can improve. I targeted my own students, so it was non-random sampling. And also I made use of a focus group session. After I've done all the work, obviously with them, and they've done all their assessments, I arranged for us to sit down and to chat online. And that also made them really open to sharing their feelings and not putting me in a position where if a student said something, then I said, okay, I don't like that. I'm going to, hold it against the student. So I was also looking at the ethical considerations by only asking these questions after I have completed the work with them and after they've completed all the assessments. All right, so the purpose was really just to improve my own teaching, learning, and assessment in the new normal. Now, ladies and gents, what I'm sharing is just very simple, and this is really how I like to share. Specifically, this is the students' own words. I didn't change anything. And you can see the first question I asked was, what was the biggest challenge? And ladies and gentlemen, if you have a look at what is written on the screen, you will see that the challenges all relate to Wi-Fi and network. Unfortunately, this morning we had a similar challenge with this research day. It started late because of a network malfunction. I am sitting in my office on campus where I'm supposed to have secure and uninterrupted access. However, I was thrown out of this meeting a couple of times today. So I don't think I need to say more on that. I just want to also mention that there is equipment, there's laptops available that students can purchase through NSFAF, and also they have data devices that they can obtain. But some of the challenges was that the data was not enough, and also that the Wi-Fi reception was not great. All right, what were some of the biggest benefits? Ladies and gents, you can have a look at the benefits of online teaching, learning, and assessment. And I think that when we look at these responses, we need to keep in mind that there were many people who during the COVID period lost their jobs, they lost their income, and money that could have been spent on traveling to campus to attend classes was now spent on providing food for the family, for instance. So you will see that the benefits, it talks about cost, it talks about flexibility. My students, as many of them work within the public sector, they have been away from the office, from Windhoek during the COVID period, working out in the field, and it was impossible for them to attend a physical class. So they could log in from anywhere. I want to just also mention that many students said that one of the biggest benefits, if you can look at the block on the right, the pink one, it says that they gained experience in technological tools, which will be beneficial to them in the future. And also something which I also enjoyed reading was that a student also mentioned that they like the fact that they did not write exams because exams can be fearful. And again, if a student indicates that, it indicates that there is a real challenge for some students to write an exam. And I think the word continuous assessment, it is a bit easier to comprehend for some students who might be fearful. And then I asked the question whether they thought that online teaching, learning, and assessment was effective. And again, these results, what they told me was very positive. I couldn't really find anything negative. And I think also the methodology I used in terms of the flipped classroom benefited here because I made the recordings available afterwards, but I also shared the information before the time. And you will also see that one of the students also mentioned that they also had still the opportunity to interact in class and ask questions. And I don't think I captured this, but one of my students even indicated, and although it is an honor student, they indicated that the online classroom provided for them a safe space to ask questions, which could have been seen as a stupid question, when it was face-to-face, but sort of the student felt that they had a bit of anonymity in an online environment. And then I asked this question specifically because many of our students, not only in our program, but also in the institution, are part-time students who are working and have families. And, as a mother myself, one of the responses which I really, felt quite emotional about was the one in beige. And the student says, yes, able to work at home and not to worry about babysitters, etc., being a single mom. It made me focus better in the online class. when we had the discussion in class, this specific lady who answered this question said that whenever she is attending classes at night, she is very concerned about her children. Who is watching her children? Are they safe, etc. And the fact that she could focus better in an online class was an added bonus. You will also see that the fact that many of our students traveled, it was very comfortable for them to attend to the classes. And also, again, someone mentioned that even when it was online, there was still room for discussion. Breakaway rooms were created and students could also engage with their peers. I'm almost to the end. If you look at just the last question, I asked specifically about assessments. And again, the feedback about the assessments was quite good. I think there was students who mentioned the fact that during online tests, there was break in network. Yes, it is something which really doesn't speak to the pedagogy and the way that we assess, but it speaks to some of the practical elements that support the online pedagogy. You can see that one of the things which many of the students mentioned was that the assessments was done in such a way that they had to still do further research and find more information. You will remember when I started the presentation and I spoke about the change in pedagogy and the world changing, one of the things was that knowledge is all over and there's so much information that it's difficult to capture all the things that the students need to learn in a very short period. Through the assessment, the students were able to look for more information and seek further sources, etc. I also just want to mention here, one of the students mentioned again that they thought that the assessment upheld the academic standard of the institution. There were rubrics, etc., and assessments were clearly outlined. All right, and then last question was just what do the students think about the overall development in terms of the approach that we followed? And I think the responses here also speak for themselves. Students felt that they are more comfortable in a technology environment. And as I indicated, for many of our students within the social sciences, the fact that we went fully online really built with them specific skills and capacities that they would not have had we not had the COVID epidemic struck our country and our world and did not perhaps force us into going fully online. So ladies and gentlemen, if I can just share with you, and I'm almost done, some of the lessons learned. I just want to quickly show you the picture above. This picture, Prof. Semente, I'm almost done. The picture above is one of the photos I took here in the office block where I'm seated. And you will see that this is a group of students sitting around. Unfortunately, this one didn't wear a mask. The one didn't wear a mask, but this was in the time when they had to do an assessment or an assignment, I think, because I even walked, I'm the OIC chairperson, so I'm always looking at what is happening. So I walked to them on the day and I said, what are you guys doing? Are you doing an assessment? And they said, no, they are just downloading information for a task or for an assignment that they have to do. And they don't have Wi-Fi at home, so they come and sit here and they download the Wi-Fi, or use the Wi-Fi here on campus. And really, this is the challenge, that although the students did not come in for online teaching and learning and assessment during this time, and this was just after the lockdown, when we only allowed a small number of students on campus. These students were sitting here making use of our Wi-Fi. They asked me not to take their faces, so that's why the picture is from behind. All right, so the lessons that we have learned, ladies and gents, and that is that I think through the resilience, positive attitude, and also the flexibility of our staff and students, we were able to finish the academic year last year in good time, and we are doing that this year. We're almost there. We also were able to look at the graduate attributes of NUST, and our students really gained a lot of these attributes, and not only, I think, in the line of the tools, the IT aspect, but also in terms of working hard, being self-driven, being committed. And I think that speaks volumes. And also the last thing, the challenge remain however, and that is network coverage. data accessibility, laptops for students, etc. All right. And that is it. I've made use of quite a variety of sources. And if anyone would like more information, they are more than welcome to contact me. Just a few more visuals of a student in class doing a presentation when we did have face-to-face last year. And then also a picture of students queuing to enter campus. So with that, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very well prepared, very well delivered. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the fact that you did not only talked about holistically what happened to NUST as a unit, but you contextualized it within your own classroom. And the findings are overwhelming. Thank you so much. You mentioned the issue of network coverage as one of the key challenges. It's true. It's a really, but we managed then to navigate the waters, and we managed also to conclude or successfully conclude the academic year last year, and then also this year we're about to conclude. Thank you so much. Perhaps just for clarity, the event did not start late. The event started on time. The challenge was experienced towards the end of the presentation of the keynote speaker. So the keynote speaker presented and concluded when he was taking questions for about 5 to 10 minutes. There was a blackout internet connectivity, but we were able to rejoin on time, just for that clarity. So therefore, we're still on time. We will be managed to finish the proceedings also on time. Thank you, Michelle, for that. I see Dr. Bryan's hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just one comment and one question. Michelle, thank you very much. It was a very informative presentation. One thing that I've learned about the flip chart classes is that students get immediate feedback on where they are going wrong, and they can fix it in the upcoming week when they have to submit assignments. My question is, how do you deal with self-motivation of students and isolation? And how do you deal with the learning styles of students through online teaching? Because the experience is that my students say that there's an overuse of online gadgets, and that they spend more time on getting to know all these mindless gadgets instead of the content of the course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, would you like to answer, or can we take one more and then we allow you to answer both? If
there's another question, but I don't see any.
Yeah, I don't see any too, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to also comment on Dr. Bryan's comment, and that is that the flipped classroom approach, like I think you also make use of that approach, Henny. It is really, it is really very beneficial, and I can see instant results in terms of my student performance. And I mean, this is not only this year. Like I mentioned, it is something that I've been using for many years. And the results in terms of pass rates are quite remarkable. All right. And then also you asked the question about how did I deal with my students during isolation to keep them motivated, to look at the students with the different learning styles. I think what I made use of very early on last year even was to make sure that my online classes was not only a one-way communication. I tried early on, and I bothered the TLU guys forever to assist me in how to do breakaway rooms, etc. And that was one of the things which I started off very early on. And I'm not saying that this helped a lot, but actually I think it did help a lot, because what I would do with my classes is I would, before I started the class, just talk a bit and ask a bit how they are doing. And I have to say that this is a smaller group, so I had the benefit of doing that. You know, ask a bit about their welfare. And then in the classes, I would share some of the material again that they had to look at. And then I would pose case studies. I would put them in breakaway rooms, and they would have the opportunity to talk to one another online, you know, for 10 or 15 minutes. And then we would come back to the bigger group and they would share again. And then Teams allows groups to be formed randomly. So they would form in another group again a bit later on. And I think that was what really worked for me. Because when I had the discussion with my students, when I had the focus group discussion, they really said that that was for them very beneficial. And although they did talk about the questions that I posed as a case study relating to the material, a lot of the questions was simply, how are you doing? How are you coping? How is your family doing? How's the health? And really, I think when we are, as educators, we have that responsibility to look at the total package of a student, not only to provide them with academic knowledge in terms of these are the principles of a project, these are the phases, etc., but we have to really touch our students in a bigger sense. And that is how I'm trying to keep my teaching student-centered, although it is online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Michelle, please. Job well done. Thank you very much, Michelle. We have now come to the end, but before we conclude, we need to call Prof. Hannes, who will then do the concluding remarks, in addition to all that, what has been said. But just before that, so that I can also give you a nutshell of what to expect tomorrow, before I hand over to Prof. Hannes. Tomorrow, we are expected to be here this time earlier from 7:30. Today, we started at 8:30. That's the intention, to start at 8:30, although we asked you to join at 8. Tomorrow, we're starting at 8, but you can join at 7:30. And that's the reason why we give you enough time to join and be in the platform earlier to avoid technical issues. So we expect Dr. Colin Stanley to deliver the welcoming remarks, followed by the guest speaker, Dr. Liki Erastus from MTC. So we also expect, a vibrant presentation thereof tomorrow. Then another highlight will really be the presentations from the different faculties. But towards the end, we have something new that was not done before with the institutional research weeks prior to this, is the panel discussion. So we have invited industry members and colleagues also to participate in a panel discussion tomorrow. So it will be centered around COVID in relation to health, employment, digital transformation, economic sustainability, etc. So please join us again tomorrow. And with these few words, I call upon Prof. Hannes to do the concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Samente. Thank you, colleagues. A very good afternoon to everyone, especially those who presented and also, as well as everyone who listened in. Thank you for the effort that you've all put into presenting your individual topics today. This morning, we heard from some excellent presenters and all their ideas. I think Michelle will be a hard act to follow, and I don't endeavor to try to follow her act. The theme of the conference is living in a world of pandemics, and I think that's very apt. We all have a lot of questions, and we all probably wonder when one day we're going to get to move out of this situation that we're in. The sessions that we've had in this session was the impact of COVID-19 on the insurance industry, innovative solutions in addressing COVID-19, perceptions of flexible work arrangements, optimized distribution of pharmaceuticals and medical supplies, and then lastly was teaching and learning during the new normal. Recovering from COVID-19, we need a resilient and sustainable industry and environment. In a previous conference that I attended, one speaker noted that industry actually needs to be agile during this time of COVID-19. And this was a very important point for me, as I dare say that an agile country and an agile industry would necessarily be resilient. And it would also have every opportunity to be sustainable, agility. So please remember that term. I think if you think of agility, then everything else or many other things will fall into place. Now, many years ago, a national medal winner of the national science competition, Theodore von Karman, said, "Scientists discover the world that exists. Engineers create the world that never was." So both science and engineering are obviously important, and the one cannot exist without the other. They are indeed interdependent. Now, a few science and engineering related points that I further want to ponder as we leave this session, and I'm including all sciences, especially computer science, health sciences, and others, into the term science and engineering. So I'm just using engineering because it's an easy term to pronounce, but I'm really including all the sciences in that. Now, we often say we engineer something, meaning that we design or build something. So engineer is a verb, which means it's action-oriented. It's a key way how we, as engineers and scientists, look at life. Engineers consider themselves problem solvers and also creators. We create products. We create processes and systems that address economic and societal needs, like the ability to telework. We've heard a lot about that today. Now, there's a new word for those who've not heard this before, telework. Scientists and engineers are used to thinking in systems. A pandemic is a system, for example. Online teaching is a system. Society is also a system. The economy is a system. And industry is also a system. The most talked about topic these days, obviously, unsurprisingly, is COVID-19. And yet again, we discussed the effects of COVID-19 and how we live with it in detail today. Now, just some background. The genetic structure of the virus, SARS-CoV-2, was sequenced within weeks of its discovery. And it was done with the help of scientists and engineers, biologists, pharmacists, chemists, optical, electrical, mechanical, computer engineers, and the like. All were involved in making that possible. Another area where scientists and engineers are playing a role is in the scale-up of therapeutics and vaccines. Scientists are discovering the vaccines. That's a scientific task, though there's also engineering in it. But when you go from making 100 doses to 1 billion doses, now that is a huge engineering challenge. Scientists and engineers are also working on maintaining the integrity of the supply chain, getting equipment such as masks to where they are needed, and getting the right chemicals together to make the vaccines and therapeutics, and those come from all over the world. And in science and engineering, we've also found that we can telework these days. If this pandemic occurred 20 years ago, just think, 20 years ago, where would we have been? We would not be able to communicate with each other like this. Broadband, wireless communication, Zoom, MS Teams, and other platforms, all of these technologies have been elevated by this pandemic. As a final example, scientists and engineers are modeling the transportation of aerosol droplets as it relates to the transmission of the coronavirus between two individuals and amongst groups, so that effective countermeasures such as enhanced ventilation can be taken. Every time there's a crisis or a major problem, there are also opportunities that lead to improvements. For example, There will be more people with ideas about how to distribute things. There will be innovators in rapid diagnostics. The holy grail of that would be a home test for COVID-19. These will all produce new jobs. We also learn about education. So you may see more companies emerging around homeschooling and education. Much of the economy will come back in information technology and manufacturing. And then in the service industry, because you need services for all of these to operate. And then in the agriculture industry, as people have to eat. And then in the building industry, as people have to live. And when people have available spending money, travel, including international travel, tourism, and we hope that the tourism industry will bounce back in the near future. I actually think COVID-19 will lead to more economic development once we learn how to control it. The effectiveness of the nations and the world's responses to the challenges posed by COVID-19 and the recovery of both our economic and social well-being will depend on the talent of scientists, engineers, medical, and many other professionals. Together, we will be successful. I thank you all for your participation in this session this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hannes, for the concluding remarks and putting a stamp or a footnote to what has been discussed. Basically, yours was to conclude the day and call it a joyous day, as you have just done. So your concluding remarks, are in agreement with all that has been presented throughout, the day. I'm also pleased for being your host today. Tomorrow we still have, many other presenters, and we look forward to tomorrow. So with these few words, I thank you very much for being here until the last minute, which is now. And I would like to close off this event by also wishing you a nice and productive day ahead. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Prof. Semente.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. B. Right. Nico, are we still live?
You are still live. We can see someone's YouTube. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Iphigenia. Thank you. Well organized. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tomorrow is still another day. So
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Sarala.
Thank you, Prof. Sarala and colleagues for your interaction. It really makes a whole difference when you interact in the way you did through the chat or even by asking questions. So let's continue the same spirit tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And you steered the board so well. Great facilitation there.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for that. So I'll be the last one to leave the platform. So it's okay that I still remain. And if you wish to leave, it's okay as well. Thank you. Nico, thank you so much. I think the music is, from the YouTube, right?
Yes, Prof, we are playing it from here. We can mute it if you need to say something.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay.
Oh, thank you,
Keep it
Prof.
up. Yeah, all right, thanks. Perhaps you can also then just put on the booklet picture so that it can also be in the background while we are editing. Right then. Dr. Atley, are you still there? Otherwise, we can end the Zoom call so that the recordings can be made available. Otherwise, the recordings will be too long. So let me see if I have the. No, I don't have the power, the power to end the meeting for all. Dr. Atley, you can cut. You can actually cut because you are the host. Yeah, you are the host. You can actually cut the Zoom meeting for everyone so that the recordings can be then uploaded or downloaded. Thank you.
Dr. Kamdani, are you still on the call? Dr. Kamdani.
Hi, Nico. I see you're back. Hi. I think to all the colleagues who are listening, we will terminate the broadcasting now. Nico, if you have the termination rights on your side, we could terminate because we need to move to our other meetings. We'll be joining tomorrow again at 7 o'clock.
Oh, no, I don't think I have the termination rights. I think I only, maybe because I've only got co-host status.
Nico?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. No, I don't think I've got status to end the session.
Oh, I think it's Dr. Atley. Dr. Atley,
Yes,
are
I
you
think
back?
so. I also wanted to check with him if he stopped the live stream on YouTube as well, because I can't do it there.
Oh, I think it's with Dr. Atley. He quickly ran out. I think he was still out now.
No sweat.
Yeah. Because for me, even if I will try this site, it will just be me exiting, but then it will not be good to leave colleagues still online.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it would be good that we terminate it so that we can go and concentrate on other meetings, and tomorrow we'll switch on again.
Absolutely.
So perhaps the colleagues who are listening, please, you advised it to log off now, because we'd love to close this session, but we can't leave leaving you here. We are the organizers, we have to be the last people. So all the colleagues who are hearing us, wherever you are, you can log off. Then myself, Nico, and Dr. Atley will be the last people to leave, so that we're not being rude, like leaving people in the room while we invited you. Good afternoon, colleagues. We noticed there are a few colleagues who are joining us. Our session ended at 1 o'clock. We want to close the session, but we cannot do so because you are still here. It would be very rude for us to cut you off while we are still on the platform. Please, you may exit. We will be resuming tomorrow again at 7:30. For now, we really want to close the session so that we can move on to other meetings. We were just waiting for you to come and exit. Perhaps you left your device or you didn't hear the first announcement. Please, if you may do us that favor, we want to close this session. We'll be seeing you tomorrow again at 7:30. Dr. Adley, can you hear me? Are you back? Nico, you're still there? Nico?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I've removed everyone. I think I can still see it's still live on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah. If I don't know now, because if we had the rights to terminate the meeting, it would also cut on the other side.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Let me just, do you know where Atlee is?
Let me see. Okay, let's do this. Maybe let me remove Dr. Atlee. Perhaps after removing him, the
then we can see
stopping the meeting will shift to us. No, I can't remove because he's a host.
He's the host.
Yeah. So yourself, the three of us, no one can move the other because we are hosts.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I managed to move the other people, like just to move them out of the room.
Yes,
but
yes.
Then the three of us, you can't. And if I leave, it will leave the meeting still running. So until
I know. It's also why I'm waiting here the whole time.
Yo. I used to gonna stay long because I have a meeting to attend at
Go, Brighton.
Okay, great stuff. So what I'll do is I'll just remain here while I'm preparing now because I still have about an hour. Maybe Dr. Atley will come. So if he comes and then he talks, I'm not hearing. I'm just doing something in the next room.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, Nico.
See you later.
See you later, Nico.
Hi, Doctor. Everyone has left the room. Brighton and I only have co-host status, so we can't end the session. We need you to come on and end the session and also to stop the live streaming to YouTube, please. Thank you, Doctor. Hi, Doctor.
Hello, doctor. How are you? Hello? Yeah. How are you? Good, doctor. Brighton and I only have co-host status on the Zoom thing, so we cannot actually end the session. Everyone is left. It's just the three of us and one more person. So could you possibly just go on there